Chapter 1. The Altar of Ash. The night tasted of smoke and shame. Torchlight painted the ceremonial grounds in shades of amber and shadow, casting long fingers across the wolves gathered in their finest furs. I stood at the center of it all, barefoot on cold stone, my heart a caged bird beating against my ribs. This was supposed to be the night everything changed. The high priestess raised her staff, its lunar crystal catching the light. "Sarah Blackthorn," she intoned, her voice rolling across the clearing. "Step forward and receive your fate." I obeyed, though my legs trembled beneath my simple white dress. Around me, the Ashwood pack watched with hungry eyes. Some with pity, most with curiosity, a few with barely concealed contempt. My wolf whimpered inside me, sensing what I refused to believe. At the altar stood Dax Ironclaw, Beta of Ashwood, golden-haired and sharp-jawed, the kind of wolf songs were written about. The kind of wolf I'd loved since I was old enough to understand what the mate bond meant. The priestess turned to him. "Dax Ironclaw, the moon goddess has spoken. This Omega is your fated mate. Do you accept her bond?" The silence stretched too long. I watched his throat work as he swallowed, watched his amber eyes slide away from mine like oil on water. "Aye," his voice carried across the clearing, strong and final. "I reject this bond." The world tilted. Gasps rippled through the crowd like wind through dead leaves. My wolf howled inside me, a sound of pure anguish that only I could hear. "Dax," my voice came out small, broken. "The moon goddess chose. The moon goddess made an error." He turned to face the pack, addressing them instead of me. "I will not bind my bloodline to weakness. I will not tether my future to a wolf who shifts late, hunts poorly, and carries the stain of rogue blood. Rogue blood. My mother. The whispered scandal that followed me like a shadow." The priestess's face had gone pale. "Beta Dax, to reject a fated mate is to spit in the face of. I have made my choice." His eyes finally met mine, and they were cold as winter stone. "Sarah Blackthorn, I reject you as my mate. May the moon goddess find you someone more suitable." The words hit like silver bullets. The bond, thin and new and barely formed, snapped with an audible crack that I felt in my bones. White-hot pain exploded through my chest, radiating outward until every nerve screamed. The mark that had begun to shimmer on my collarbone died like an ember drowned in ice. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. The pack watched in terrible silence. Dax turned and walked away, his shoulders straight, his steps steady. Not once did he look back. The priestess knelt beside me, her ancient hands gentle on my shoulders. "Child, I am so sorry." "Don't." I shook her off, forcing myself to stand on legs that felt like water. "Don't apologize for him." Around me, the whispers began. "Poor thing. Always knew she wasn't strong enough. Half-breed. Cursed." I lifted my chin and met their stares one by one, committing every face to memory. The ones who pitied me. The ones who smirked. The ones who'd called me friend until tonight. The Alpha, Dax's father, cleared his throat from his seat of honor. "The ceremony is concluded. Sarah Blackthorn, you have until dawn to gather your belongings and leave Ashwood territory." "What?" The word escaped before I could stop it. "A rejected Omega has no place in this pack." His voice was not cruel, merely matter-of-fact. "You are no longer one of us." The ground seemed to drop away beneath me. "You're exiling me? We are releasing you from your obligations." The Alpha waved a dismissive hand. "You may seek sanctuary elsewhere. I suggest you move quickly. The wilds are not kind to lone wolves." The crowd began to disperse, their curiosity satisfied, their evening's entertainment concluded. Within minutes, the ceremonial grounds stood empty except for me and the dying torches. I stared at the altar where my future had shattered, at the stone where I'd knelt in hope and risen in ruin. Somewhere in the distance, I heard laughter. His laughter, carried on the wind from the pack house. My hands curled into fists. "You want me gone?" I thought, tasting blood where I'd bitten my lip. "Fine, but I'll survive this. I'll survive you." The moon hung overhead, silent and silver, offering no comfort. I turned my back on Ashwood and walked toward the tree line, toward the darkness waiting beyond the torchlight. Behind me, I heard the faint whisper of the priestess's voice. "May the moon goddess guide your path, child. For she has plans yet." But I didn't believe in the moon goddess anymore. Not after she'd given me to a wolf who threw me away like trash. Chapter 2. The Weight of Silence. The pack house felt like a tomb. I moved through its corridors like a ghost, my footsteps echoing against stone walls that had once felt like home. Now they felt like a prison I couldn't escape fast enough. My room, the small corner chamber I'd occupied since childhood, looked smaller than I remembered. The narrow bed with its faded quilt. The wooden chest containing everything I owned. The window that overlooked the training grounds where I'd watched Dax spar countless times. My heart doing foolish things in my chest. I pulled the chest open and began to pack. My hands shook as I folded the few dresses I owned, wrapped my mother's silver comb in cloth, gathered the dried herbs I'd been saving. Everything I was fit into a single leather satchel. Pathetic, whispered a voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like Dax's father. A knock at the door made me freeze. Sarah. The voice was female, familiar. It's Mara. I didn't answer. Mara had been my closest friend since we were cubs. Had been. The door opened anyway. Mara stepped inside, her pretty face drawn with concern. She wore a gown of deep green that brought out her eyes. The kind of dress I'd never owned, never needed for the important pack functions I'd never been invited to. I heard what happened, she said softly. I came as soon as I could. Did you? The words came out harsher than I intended. Or did you wait until the gossip made its rounds? She flinched. That's not fair. Fair. I laughed, the sound bitter even to my own ears. Nothing about tonight was fair, Mara. But thank you for the concern. You can report back that the rejected Omega is handling her exile with dignity. Sarah, please. Please what? I spun to face her, and she took an instinctive step back. Please pretend this isn't happening. Please act like your beta didn't just humiliate me in front of the entire pack. Please forget that no one spoke up for me. Tears welled in her eyes. What could I have said? What could any of us have done? He's the beta. His word is law. You could have been my friend. My voice cracked on the last word. You could have stood beside me instead of watching from the crowd. Mara's face crumpled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sarah. But her apology felt hollow, too little and far too late. I turned back to my packing, shoving the last of my belongings into the satchel with more force than necessary. Where will you go? Mara asked in a small voice. Away. But the wilds, the rogues. Sarah, you can't survive out there alone. Watch me. Silence stretched between us, heavy with all the things we'd never say to each other now. All the futures that had died tonight along with my bond. Finally, Mara whispered. He didn't mean it, you know. Dax. I think he was scared. My hands stilled on the buckle of my satchel. Scared. I turned slowly. Of what? Of me. Of what the pack would think. Of his father's disappointment. Of being bound to someone who. She trailed off, realizing too late where her words were heading. Someone like me. I finished coldly. Someone weak. Someone tainted. I didn't mean. Yes, you did. I shouldered my satchel and moved toward the door. Everyone did. They just never said it to my face before. Mara caught my arm as I passed. Please, Sarah. Don't leave hating all of us. I looked down at her hand on my sleeve, then up at her tear-stained face. I don't hate you, Mara, I said quietly. I pity you, because you'll stay here, safe in your pretty dresses, watching Dax choose someone worthy. And you'll convince yourself that everything happened the way it was supposed to. I pulled free of her grip and walked out the door. The hallway stretched before me, empty and cold. Behind me, I heard Mara's soft sobs, but I didn't turn back. Couldn't turn back. The pack house released me into the night like a breath it had been holding. The air outside tasted cleaner somehow, despite the smoke from the dying ceremonial fires. I made my way toward the eastern gate, the one that led into the deep forest, away from pack lands and into territory that belonged to nothing and no one. The guards on duty watched me approach with carefully blank expressions. Sarah Blackthorne, the older one said, not unkindly. You sure about this? Do I have a choice? He had the grace to look uncomfortable. Alpha's orders stand until dawn. After that, he shrugged. After that, I'll be long gone. I adjusted my satchel. Open the gate. The younger guard shifted nervously. Miss, the rogues have been active lately. There was an attack on the northern border just last week. Maybe you should wait until. Open. The gate. Something in my voice made them both move. The heavy iron gate groaned open, revealing the dark mouth of the forest beyond. I stepped through without hesitation. Behind me, the gate clanged shut with a finality that echoed in my bones. I didn't look back at the warm lights of Ashwood. Didn't let myself think about the home I was leaving, the pack I'd loved, the future I'd lost. Instead, I walked into the darkness. The forest swallowed me whole. Trees thick and ancient, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the moon. The temperature dropped immediately, cold seeping through my thin dress. I'd gone maybe half a mile when I heard it, the sound of howling in the distance. Not the organized, melodic howls of a pack. These were wilder, harsher. Hungry. Rogues. My wolf stirred uneasily inside me, still wounded from the broken bond but alert to danger. I quickened my pace, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Every shadow looked like a threat. Every rustling leaf sounded like footsteps. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. Time felt strange out here, unmeasured by anything except the pounding of my heart. When I finally stopped to rest, my feet were bleeding through my thin shoes, and my lungs burned with cold air. I found a hollow between two massive oak roots and curled into it, making myself as small as possible. The forest hummed with nocturnal life around me. Owls called. Small creatures scurried through the underbrush. And somewhere, not far enough away, those hungry howls echoed again. I pulled my mother's silver comb from my satchel and held it tight, the metal cold against my palm. She died out here in these wilds, hunted by wolves who didn't care that she was pregnant, alone, desperate. The pack had found me days later, a newborn somehow still alive, wrapped in what remained of her bloodied cloak. I survived then, I told myself fiercely. I'll survive now. But as exhaustion finally pulled me under, my last thought was a simple, treacherous wish. I wish he could see me now. I wish he could see what his rejection cost. The darkness offered no answer. Only the cold and the howling and the terrible weight of being utterly alone. Chapter 3. Blood and Frost. The cold woke me before the sun did. I opened my eyes to a world painted in shades of gray, frost clinging to every branch, every leaf, every blade of grass. My breath came out in white clouds, and my fingers had gone numb where they clutched my mother's comb. Every muscle in my body screamed as I uncurled from the hollow between the oak roots. My feet throbbed. My chest ached where the bond had broken. But I was alive. Still alive. I forced myself to stand, swaying slightly as blood rushed to my legs. The forest looked different in the pale pre-dawn light. Less menacing, but no less vast. Trees stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches reaching toward a sky that promised nothing. My stomach growled, sharp and insistent. When had I last eaten? Before the ceremony, I realized. A lifetime ago. I shouldered my satchel and started walking, choosing a direction at random. East maybe. Or north. It didn't matter. Anywhere was better than where I'd been. The forest floor crunched beneath my feet, frost-hardened leaves and fallen twigs marking every step I took. Somewhere overhead, a crow cawed, a harsh, mocking sound that echoed through the trees. Hours passed in a blur of exhaustion and determination. I found a half-frozen stream and drank until my teeth ached from the cold. Spotted a rabbit warren, but had nothing to trap or hunt with. My wolf stirred restlessly inside me, eager to shift and run, but I held back. Shifting took energy I couldn't afford to waste. By midday, the sun had burned through the frost but brought no warmth. My dress was torn from brambles. My feet left small bloody prints in the dirt, and the gnawing in my stomach had become a constant, vicious companion. That's when I smelled it. Smoke. Wood smoke, with the faint undertone of cooking meat. My mouth watered instantly. My wolf surged forward, drawn by the scent of food and the promise of warmth. Careful, I warned myself. Could be rogues. But hunger makes you brave. Or stupid. Sometimes both. I followed the smoke through the trees until I spotted it. A small campfire in a clearing, and beside it a lone figure. An old woman, hunched over the flames, turning a spit with what looked like a rabbit roasting on it. Her hair hung in long gray braids, and her clothes were patched leather and fur, the kind worn by wolves who'd been in the wilds too long. She looked up as I approached, her eyes sharp and yellow, wolf eyes that had never fully faded back to human. "Well," she said, her voice like gravel. "What do we have here?" "A pup lost and bleeding." I stopped at the edge of the clearing, suddenly unsure. I'm sorry to intrude. I smelled your fire." "Did you now?" She turned the spit, the rabbit's skin crackling. "And what's a young thing like you doing out here alone? These woods eat pups for breakfast." "I'm not a pup." The words came out more defensive than I intended. The old woman laughed, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "No, Then what are you, girl? I faltered. What was I? Not pack anymore. Not wanted. Not whole. I'm surviving. Something shifted in her expression, recognition maybe, or memory. She gestured to the fire with one gnarled hand. Sit. You look half dead, and I'm too old to watch someone starve when I've got meat to spare. I should have been more cautious. Should have questioned why a lone wolf would be this deep in rogue territory, why she'd help a stranger, what she might want in return. But I was so tired, so hungry, so cold. I sat. She tore off a haunch of rabbit and handed it to me without ceremony. The meat was tough and gamey, but it was the best thing I'd ever tasted. I devoured it without grace, barely pausing to breathe. The old woman watched me with those unsettling yellow eyes. When did you last eat? Yesterday. Before. I couldn't finish. Before you ran. She nodded as if she understood. Or were chased. Same thing in the end. I swallowed the last of the meat and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, girl. Kindness out here always has a price. My body tensed. What do you want? Just a story. She poured something from a leather flask into 2 wooden cups and handed me one. Tell me why a young wolf with sad eyes is wandering my forest like a ghost. The liquid in the cup smelled like herbs and honey and something sharper underneath. I took a cautious sip. It burned going down but warmed my chest. Your forest? I asked instead of answering. I've lived here longer than you've been alive, pup. Long enough that even the rogues know to leave me be. She settled back against a log, her joints cracking. Now, your story. Maybe it was the warmth of the fire. Maybe it was the exhaustion singing in my bones. Maybe it was simply that I needed to say the words out loud, to make them real. So I told her. About Dax. About the rejection. About being cast out with nothing but the clothes on my back and the shame burning in my chest. She listened without interruption, occasionally sipping from her own cup, her expression unreadable. When I finished, silence stretched between us, broken only by the crackling fire. Finally, she spoke. The beta sounds like a fool. I blinked, surprised into a laugh that sounded more like a sob. He's Ashwood's golden son. Everyone loves him. Everyone's a fool then. She leaned forward, fixing me with that yellow stare. But you, girl, what are you going to do about it? Do? I shook my head. There's nothing to do. The bond is broken. The pack has exiled me. I just need to keep moving. Find somewhere else. Survive. Survive. She said the word like a curse. That's small thinking, pup. Survival is what prey does. You're a wolf. You should be thinking about how to thrive. I can't go back. Who said anything about going back? Her eyes glittered in the firelight. The best revenge isn't returning to what rejected you. It's becoming something they can't ignore. The words settled into my chest like embers. I'm just an omega, I said quietly. Weak. Tainted. That's what he called me. And you believed him? The whole pack believed him. She made a dismissive sound. The pack believes what they're told to believe. But you, girl, you walked out of those gates. You survived your first night in the wilds. You're still here, still breathing, still fighting. She pointed a gnarled finger at my chest. That's not weakness. That's steel wrapped in softness. Something in my throat tightened. I don't feel strong, I whispered. No one strong ever does. She stood with surprising grace for someone so old. Stay the night if you want. Morning comes fast out here, and you'll need your rest. But tomorrow you keep moving. East toward the mountain pass. There's something there you need to find. What? She smiled, showing teeth that were too sharp. Your future, pup, if you're brave enough to claim it. Before I could ask what she meant, she turned and disappeared into the trees, moving with the silent confidence of a predator in her territory. I sat by the fire, my mind spinning with her words, becoming something they can't ignore. The flames danced before me, painting shadows that looked like wolves running, fighting, surviving. When I finally lay down to sleep, wrapped in a blanket the old woman had left behind, I dreamed not of Dax or Ashwood or rejection. I dreamed of mountains wreathed in mist, of silver fur and eyes like storm clouds, of a howl that shook the very foundations of the earth. I dreamed of power, and for the first time since the bond broke, my wolf didn't whimper. She growled. Chapter 4. The Mountain's Shadow. I woke to silence, so complete it felt like the world had ended. The fire had died to cold ashes. The old woman's blanket lay draped across me, surprisingly warm despite the frost that coated everything else. Of the woman herself, there was no sign. No footprints, no scent trail, nothing to prove she'd been anything more than a dream. But the rabbit bones beside the fire were real. The wooden cups still smelled of herbs and honey. And when I stood, my body felt stronger than it had any right to, given everything I'd been through. East, she'd said, toward the mountain pass. I gathered my satchel, folded the blanket carefully, and left it where she might find it again. Then I turned toward the rising sun and walked. The forest began to change as the day wore on. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider, their roots like ancient serpents coiled through the earth. The ground sloped gradually upward, and the air grew thinner, sharper with the scent of pine and stone. By afternoon, I caught my first glimpse of them, mountains rising in the distance like the spine of some sleeping giant. Their peaks disappeared into clouds, and even from here, I could see snow glittering on their highest reaches. Beautiful and terrible all at once. My wolf stirred with something that might have been recognition or longing. I couldn't tell which. I pushed forward, driven by the old woman's words and by something else. A pull I couldn't name, originating somewhere deep in my chest where the bond had broken. Probably just hunger, I told myself. Or desperation. But it felt like more than that. The sun had begun its descent when I heard the sound. Low and rhythmic, like distant thunder. I froze, every sense suddenly alert. Not thunder. Footsteps. Something large was moving through the forest, and it was moving fast. My wolf surged forward, instinct screaming at me to shift, to run, to hide. But before I could do any of those things, they appeared. 3 wolves burst through the underbrush, massive, wild-eyed, their fur matted with dirt and dried blood. Rogues. Their scent hit me like a physical blow, wrong, twisted, the smell of wolves who'd lost themselves to madness. The largest one, a brindled beast with scars crisscrossing his muzzle, and smiled. I ran. The forest became a blur of brown and green. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots reached up to trip me. Behind me, I heard them crashing through the trees, their snarls growing closer with every heartbeat. I wouldn't make it. I knew that with terrible clarity. They were faster, stronger, and I was still weak from days without proper food. But I ran anyway, because what else was there to do? My foot caught on something, a root, a rock, destiny playing its cruel games. And I went down hard. The impact knocked the air from my lungs. Pain exploded through my shoulder. I rolled onto my back, just as they reached me. The brindled rogue loomed over me, his jaws dripping saliva, his eyes empty of anything resembling reason. The other 2 circled, cutting off any escape. Well, well, the brindled one said, his voice thick and distorted. Speaking while in wolf form was a sign of deep instability. What's this? A little omega, all alone in the big bad woods. I scrambled backward, but there was nowhere to go. My back hit a tree trunk. Please, I heard myself say, hating the tremor in my voice. I'm nobody. I have nothing you want. Oh, but you do. He took a step closer, and I could smell the rot on his breath. You smell like pack. Healthy. Federal belonging. The word came out like a curse. We like to remind pack wolves what it's like out here in the real world. The other 2 laughed, high, broken sounds that barely resembled anything human. I tried to shift, calling to my wolf, but she was frozen with terror. The bonds breaking had weakened us, both more than I'd realized. The brindled rogue lunged. I threw up my arms uselessly, waiting for teeth and pain and the end of this short, miserable flight from Ashwood. But the impact never came. Instead, the world roared. The sound was so massive, so primal, that every other noise ceased to exist. The rogues froze mid-attack. Birds exploded from the trees. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Then he appeared. One moment the space beside me was empty. The next, a wolf stood there. No, not just a wolf. Something more. He was enormous, easily twice the size of the largest rogue, with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes that burned like molten silver. The power rolling off him made my knees weak. The brindled rogue stumbled backward, his bravado evaporating like morning mist. Alpha, he whimpered. We didn't know, we didn't. The massive wolf didn't give him time to finish. He moved with speed that shouldn't have been possible for something so large. One moment he was beside me. The next, his jaws were locked around the brindled rogue's throat. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the forest. The other 2 rogues bolted, crashing through the underbrush in their terror to escape. The massive wolf let them go, dropping the brindled one's body with disinterest. Then he turned to me. I should have been terrified, should have run like the others. But something held me frozen. Not fear, but recognition. My wolf, silent and trembling moments before, suddenly surged forward with a keening whine. Alpha. Strong. Safe. Ours. I shoved the thought away, horrified at my own traitorous instincts. The massive wolf shifted, the transformation flowing like water. Where the beast had stood, a man now crouched, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell across those same silver eyes. Scars marked his chest and arms, pale lines against tan skin that spoke of countless battles survived. He was the most dangerous thing I'd ever seen, and he was looking at me like I was a puzzle he hadn't expected to find. "You're bleeding," he said. His voice was deep, rough, the kind that made commands sound like natural laws. I touched my shoulder where I'd fallen, and my fingers came away red. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." He stood, and I realized just how large he was, easily over 6 feet, with the kind of presence that made the forest itself seem to lean away. "What's a lone omega doing this deep in the borderlands?" "Running," I said before I could think better of it. Something flickered in his eyes. Curiosity, maybe, or understanding. "From what?" "From who?" I corrected, then immediately regretted it. This stranger didn't need my life story. He'd saved me, which I was grateful for, but that didn't mean I owed him explanations. He studied me for a long moment, his gaze traveling from my torn dress to my bloody feet to the space on my collarbone where a mate mark should have been. His expression darkened. Rejected. It wasn't a question. I lifted my chin, refusing to show shame. "Yes. Recently. 3 days ago." He made a sound low in his throat that might have been anger. "And your pack let you walk into rogue territory alone?" "My pack exiled me." The bitterness leaked through despite my best efforts. I wasn't given a choice about where to go. The silver in his eyes seemed to glow brighter. "What pack? Does it matter?" "It matters to me." There was something in his tone, an edge that made my wolf sit up and take notice. This wasn't just any alpha. This was someone who commanded fear and respect in equal measure. "Ashwood," I said finally. "My name is Sarah Blackthorne." He went very still. "Blackthorne? As in?" My mother was a rogue, yes. I'd had this conversation too many times to care about the judgment anymore. She died in these woods. The pack took me in out of, I don't know, pity maybe, or obligation, and then threw you away when you became inconvenient. The accuracy of it stung more than I wanted to admit. He took a step closer, and I had to fight the urge to step back. Not from fear, from the way my traitorous body responded to his nearness. To the heat of him, the scent of pine and winter storms, the raw power that made my wolf want to roll over and show her throat. "You're in Stormcrest territory now," he said quietly. "My territory? Stormcrest." The name sent a chill down my spine. Everyone knew about Stormcrest, the mountain pack that answered to no council, followed no laws but their own. Led by an alpha so powerful, even the rogues feared him. "You're him," I breathed. "There in Stormcrest." His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Guilty. I should go." I tried to stand, but my legs weren't cooperating. "I'm sorry for trespassing. I didn't know. You're injured." He crouched beside me, and before I could protest, his hands were on my shoulder, examining the wound with surprising gentleness. "This needs cleaning, and you need food. When did you last eat?" Yesterday. An old woman in the forest. "Margot." He nodded as if that explained everything. "She has a habit of helping lost things." Come. Come where?" "Stormcrest Keep. Unless you'd prefer to bleed out in the forest while more rogues come to investigate the scent." He had a point, but accepting help from an alpha I didn't know, walking into the territory of a pack famous for their ruthlessness, going anywhere with a man whose mere presence made my wolf sing with need. Bad ideas. All of them. "Why would you help me?" I asked instead. Theron stood, offering me his hand. When I didn't take it immediately, he said, "Because the moon goddess doesn't put things in my path without reason. And because," he paused, his expression shifting to something I couldn't read, "because no wolf should die alone in the dark for the crime of being rejected." The words hit harder than they should have. I looked at his outstretched hand, at the mountains rising behind him, at the forest that would kill me if I stayed in it much longer. "Survival is what prey does," the old woman had said. "You're a wolf." I took his hand. His grip was warm, solid, and when he pulled me to my feet, I felt the strength in him, barely leashed, constantly controlled. "Can you walk?" he asked. "Yes." Liar. But there was no judgment in it. Before I could react, he swept me into his arms as if I weighed nothing. "Save your strength. It's a long way to the keep." I should have protested. Should have demanded he put me down. But exhaustion was a tide pulling me under, and his heartbeat beneath my ear was steady as stone. As he carried me through the forest, toward mountains that touched the clouds, I felt my wolf finally settle. Not with fear or pain, but with something that felt dangerously like hope. And for the first time in 3 days, I let myself believe I might survive this after all. Chapter 5: The Keep of Storms. I woke to warmth. Real warmth. Not the fleeting comfort of a dying fire or the old woman's borrowed blanket, but the deep, penetrating heat of a proper hearth and thick furs piled on soft bedding. For a moment, I didn't move, didn't open my eyes. Just let myself exist in that warmth, pretending I was back in Ashwood before everything went wrong. Then memory crashed back. The rejection, the exile, the rogues. Theron. My eyes snapped open. I was in a room carved from stone, its walls smooth and dark as polished slate. A fire crackled in a hearth large enough to stand in. The bed I lay on was massive, piled with furs in shades of gray and white and deep midnight blue. Through a narrow window, I could see mountains rising into a sky painted with the colors of sunset, gold and crimson and violet. How long had I been asleep? I tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in my body screamed protest. My shoulder throbbed where I'd injured it, now wrapped in clean white bandages that smelled of herbs and mountain air. Someone had changed my clothes. I looked down to find myself wearing a simple dress of soft wool, dyed the color of stormy seas. My torn, bloodied clothing was gone. My feet, previously raw and bleeding, had been cleaned and bandaged. Heat flooded my cheeks. Someone had undressed me, tended my wounds, put me in this bed. Theron. The thought made my pulse quicken in ways I didn't want to examine. A knock at the door made me freeze. "Come in," I called, my voice rougher than expected. The door opened to reveal a woman, small and wiry, with silver hair braided down her back and eyes the color of amber. She carried a tray laden with food, and the scent of it made my stomach clench painfully. "Finally awake, are you?" She bustled into the room with the confidence of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. "Thought you might sleep through tomorrow at the rate you were going. I'm Nessa, the keep's healer. And you, girl, were half dead when the Alpha brought you in. How long?" 2 days. She set the tray on a table near the bed. "You've been drifting in and out, muttering things about moons and broken bonds. The Alpha insisted on keeping watch most of that time, though I told him he had better things to do than play nursemaid. 2 days. The thought made my head spin. "I need to go," I said, trying again to sit up. "I've imposed long enough. You'll do no such thing." Nessa pressed me back against the pillows with surprising strength for someone so small. "That shoulder of yours will take another week to heal properly, and your feet aren't ready for walking yet. Besides, the Alpha gave specific orders that you're to remain here until you're strong enough to travel." "I can't stay here. I don't belong to this pack." "You don't belong to any pack right now, from what I hear." Nessa's expression softened slightly. "Which means you're free to accept shelter where it's offered. Now eat. You're nothing but bones and stubbornness." She wasn't wrong about the stubborn part, but the food god's the food. Fresh bread still warm from the oven, roasted meat that fell apart at the touch, cheese and fruit, and something that tasted like honey and mountain berries. I tried to eat slowly with dignity, but hunger won over pride. Nessa watched with approval. "That's better. You'll need your strength. The Alpha wants to speak with you once you're feeling up to it." My hand stilled halfway to my mouth. "About what?" "That's between you and him." She stood, collecting the empty dishes. "But I'll tell you this, girl. In the 20 years I've served Stormcrest, I've never seen the Alpha bring someone to his personal chambers. You've sparked something in him. Whether that's good or bad, time will tell." "His personal chambers?" I looked around the room with new eyes. "This is his room, yes. He's been sleeping in the guard quarters." Nessa moved toward the door, then paused. "A word of advice. Don't run from whatever this is. The moon goddess doesn't waste her miracles on coincidence." She left before I could respond. I sat in the enormous bed, surrounded by Theron's scent, pine and winter storms and something wilder underneath, and tried to make sense of what was happening. His room. His bed. 2 days of him watching over me while I slept. My wolf stirred, pleased and confused in equal measure. He's not our mate, I reminded her. We already had one. It didn't work out, but she didn't seem to care about logic. She only knew that this alpha made us feel safe in a way we hadn't felt since before the rejection. Maybe longer. I forced myself out of bed, testing my weight on bandaged feet. They hurt, but not unbearably. I made my way to the window, drawn by the view. Stormcrest Keep sat high in the mountains, built directly into the cliff face. From this vantage point, I could see the entire valley below. Forests stretching endlessly, a river cutting silver through the green, and in the distance, the faint outline of other mountain peaks. It was beautiful and isolated. The kind of place you could disappear into and never be found. The door opened again without warning. I turned, expecting Nessa. It was Theron. He filled the doorway the way storms filled the sky, inevitable and overwhelming. He'd changed from the blood-stained clothes I remembered into simple dark leather and wool that somehow made him look even more dangerous. His silver eyes found mine immediately. "You're awake." His voice was the same rumble I remembered, but quieter now. Almost gentle. "How do you feel?" "Like I was attacked by rogues and carried through a mountain by a stranger," I said without thinking. His lips twitched. "Fair assessment." We stood there, the length of the room between us, and I suddenly became very aware that I was wearing his clothes, standing in his bedroom, looking at him with thoughts I had no business thinking. "Thank you," I said finally, "for saving me, for all of this." I gestured vaguely at the room. "But I should leave as soon as I'm able. I've taken advantage of your hospitality long enough." "And where will you go?" The question hung in the air, unanswerable. "I don't know," I admitted. "But that's not your problem." Theron took a step into the room, then another. He moved with the controlled grace of a predator who knew exactly how much damage he could do. "What if I want it to be my problem?" My breath caught. "Why would you? I'm nobody. A rejected Omega with nowhere to go and nothing to offer." "You're wrong about that." He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could see the flecks of darker silver in his eyes. "I've been thinking about you, Sarah Blackthorne. About what the moon goddess might be trying to tell me by putting you in my path. I don't understand. Neither do I. Not completely." He reached up, running a hand through his dark hair in a gesture that seemed almost uncertain. "But I feel it. A pull. Like gravity. Like fate." His eyes locked on mine. "Don't you?" I wanted to lie. Wanted to deny the way my heart raced when he was near. The way my wolf practically purred at his presence. The way everything in me screamed that this was important. But I'd been lied to enough lately. I was done with dishonesty, even if it would make things easier. "Yes," I whispered. "I feel it." Something blazed in his expression. Triumph, relief, hunger. "Then stay." "I can't just." "Stay." He took another step closer, and now I could feel the heat of him. "Not forever if you don't want to. But stay until you heal. Until you figure out where you want to go next. Stay because..." He paused, seeming to search for words. "Because I think the moon goddess put you here for a reason. And I'd like to find out what that reason is. You don't know anything about me. Then tell me." His voice dropped lower. "Tell me about Ashwood. About the beta who was fool enough to reject you. About what you want from this life besides mere survival." The intensity in his gaze made me feel transparent, like he could see every wound, every fear, every desperate hope I'd been trying to hide. "What if I'm broken?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. What if he was right, and I really am too weak, too tainted, too? "Stop." The command in his voice made my wolf sit up at attention. Theron reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away, and tilted my chin up with gentle fingers. "The only thing broken is the bond that wasn't meant to be. Everything else is just scars. And scars, Sarah Blackthorne, are proof of survival." Tears burned behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. "Why do you care?" "Because I know what it's like to be thrown away." His thumb brushed across my cheekbone, so light I might have imagined it. "Because power recognizes power, even when it's buried beneath pain. And because..." He smiled, and it transformed his entire face. "Because my wolf won't shut up about you, and it's getting annoying." That startled a laugh out of me, short and surprised, but real. "There," he said softly. "That's better. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten how." The air between us felt charged, electric. I should step back. Should put distance between us before this feeling became something I couldn't control. But I didn't want to. I'll stay, I heard myself say. For now. Until I heal. Good. He stepped back, breaking the spell, and I could breathe again. Rest. Nessa will bring you more food, and when you're strong enough, I'll show you Stormcrest. It's nothing like Ashwood. Is that a promise or a warning? His smile was all wolf. Both. He left, and I was alone again with the fire and the mountain view and the scent of pine and storms that seemed to have wrapped itself around me like a second skin. I touched the place on my cheek where his thumb had brushed, and my wolf hummed with contentment. Dangerous, I told her. This is dangerous. But for the first time since the rejection, dangerous didn't feel like something to run from. It felt like something to run toward. Chapter 6, Steel and Snowfall. By the 4th day, I could walk without wincing. Nessa had proven to be a relentless healer, appearing 3 times daily with poultices and teas that tasted like dirt but worked like magic. My shoulder had stopped throbbing. My feet had grown new skin, pink and tender but whole. And I was going mad from inactivity. I'd spent the first 3 days in Theron's room, though he continued to sleep elsewhere, staring at stone walls and mountain views, eating food I didn't deserve and wearing borrowed clothes that smelled like him. It was driving my wolf insane. She wanted to run, to hunt, to prove we weren't the weak thing Dax had named us. She wanted to see this pack, to understand the alpha who'd carried us home, to test ourselves against whatever Stormcrest had to offer. So when Nessa arrived that morning with breakfast and clean bandages, I made my decision. I want to go outside, I said before she could start her usual examination. Nessa raised a silver eyebrow. Your feet aren't ready for. I'll wear boots. Thick ones. I swung my legs out of bed to prove my point. I've been cooped up for days. If I don't get fresh air soon, I'm going to start climbing the walls. She studied me for a long moment, then sighed. You're as stubborn as he said you'd be. The alpha. He warned me you'd try to push yourself too soon. But there was approval in her tone. Fine, but you take it easy. No running, no shifting, and you stay within sight of the keep. Understood. Understood. An hour later, I stood in the courtyard of Stormcrest Keep, dressed in wool and leather that actually fit, my feet encased in boots lined with fur. The cold mountain air bit at my cheeks, sharp and clean and alive. The keep was even more impressive from the outside. Built directly into the cliff face, it rose in tiers of dark stone and carved arches, each level connected by stone staircases worn smooth by centuries of use. Banners bearing the Stormcrest sigil, a wolf's head wreathed in lightning, snapped in the wind. And everywhere wolves. They trained in the courtyard, sparring with staffs and blades, shifting fluidly between forms, moving with a synchronization that spoke of years working together. They were larger than Ashwood's wolves, their movements more precise, their eyes sharper. These were warriors, every one of them. I stood at the edge of the courtyard, suddenly very aware that I didn't belong here, that I was an outsider wearing borrowed clothes, a rejected Omega with no pack and no purpose. You must be Sarah. I turned to find a woman approaching, tall and lean, with red hair pulled back in a warrior's braid and eyes the color of honey. She moved like a fighter, all controlled grace and coiled strength. I'm Kira, Theron's second. She offered a hand, which I shook cautiously. He told us you'd be staying for a while. Did he? It wasn't a question. Kira's smile was knowing. He also said you'd probably try to leave the moment you could walk. I'm supposed to convince you otherwise. I'm not a prisoner. No, you're a guest. She gestured to the training grounds. Which means you're welcome to watch. Or participate if you're feeling brave. I looked at the warriors sparring in the courtyard. At their powerful forms and practiced moves. I'm just an Omega. I don't really fight. Just an Omega. Kira repeated the words like they tasted bad. Who told you that? Everyone. Well, everyone was wrong. She crossed her arms. Omega, Beta, Alpha. Those are just designations of natural hierarchy. They don't determine your worth or your strength. Theron's mother was an Omega. She was also the most formidable wolf I've ever known. The revelation struck me silent. Come on. Kira started toward the training grounds. Let me show you how we do things in Stormcrest. I followed, partly from curiosity, partly because something in her tone suggested refusing wasn't really an option. The warriors paused as we approached, their eyes tracking me with open curiosity. I felt exposed under their gazes, but none of them showed the contempt I'd grown accustomed to in Ashwood. This is Sarah, Kira announced. She'll be training with us while she recovers. A murmur ran through the group. One of the younger warriors, a sandy-haired man with kind eyes, stepped forward. Can she even fight? Can you? Kira's tone was mild, but the challenge was clear. He grinned. Fair point. Sarah. Kira turned to me. What's your experience with combat? Basic defense training. I tried not to squirm under the weight of so many stares. But I was never very good at it. My wolf is smaller than most. Size isn't everything. Kira picked up 2 wooden staffs from a rack and tossed one to me. I caught it reflexively. Show me your stance. I moved into the position I'd been taught in Ashwood. Feet shoulder-width apart, staff held defensively across my body. Kira circled me slowly, evaluating. Not terrible, but you're holding tension in your shoulders, and your weight is too far back. You're expecting to be hit instead of planning to strike first. I was always taught to defend, not attack, because they wanted you to stay in your place. Kira tapped my shoulder with her staff. In Stormcrest, we teach every wolf to fight like they're the most dangerous thing in the forest. Omega or not. She demonstrated a different stance. More fluid, weight-balanced, staff held in a way that could shift instantly from defense to offense. I tried to copy it. Better. Kira nodded. Now, let's see what you can do. Come at me. What? Attack me. Don't think, just move. I hesitated, staff trembling slightly in my grip. The other warriors had formed a circle around us, watching with interest. I'll go easy on you, Kira added with a smile that was all teeth. The first time, something about her tone, or maybe the way the other warriors were watching, expecting me to fail, made my wolf bristle. Show them, she growled. I moved. Not well, not with any particular skill, but I moved. I swung the staff in the pattern I'd been taught, putting weight behind it. Kira blocked it easily, but there was approval in her eyes. Again. Faster. I attacked again. And again. Each time, she deflected with minimal effort, but each time, she gave me feedback. Drop your shoulder. Use your momentum. Don't telegraph your strikes. By the 10th exchange, I was breathing hard and my arms were burning, but something was shifting. The movements were becoming more natural. My body was remembering that it was capable of this. That I was capable of this. Good, Kira said, and it sounded like she meant it. You've got instincts buried under all that self-doubt. We just need to dig them out. I told you she had potential. Theron's voice cut across the courtyard. Everyone turned as one, and I realized the entire group had snapped to attention. The alpha stood at the edge of the training grounds, arms crossed, watching with those penetrating silver eyes. How long had he been there? Alpha. Kira bowed slightly. I was just introducing Sarah to our training methods. I can see that. His gaze shifted to me, and something in his expression made my pulse quicken. Pride, maybe. Or satisfaction. How are you feeling, Sarah? Like I've been beaten with a staff, I said honestly. That earned a low laugh from several of the warriors. Theron's lips curved. Good. That means you're pushing yourself. He gestured to Kira. Continue. I want to see what she can do with proper instruction. He moved to lean against the courtyard wall, clearly settling in to watch. Kira raised an eyebrow at me. No pressure. Right. No pressure. But there was pressure. The weight of his gaze, the attention of the pack, the voice in my head that still whispered I wasn't good enough, strong enough, worthy enough. I gripped the staff tighter. Again, Kira said. This time, when I attacked, I poured everything into it. Every rejection, every humiliation, every moment I'd been told I was less than. The staff became an extension of my anger, my pain, my refusal to be broken. Kira's eyes widened slightly as she blocked. There it is. That's the fire I was looking for. We moved faster now, the staffs cracking together in a rhythm that felt almost like a dance. I was still clumsy, still learning, but something was awakening in me. Something that had been sleeping too long. When Kira finally called a halt, I was drenched in sweat and my arms were shaking, but I was smiling. Actually smiling. Not bad for your first real session, Kira said, clapping me on the shoulder. Tomorrow we'll work on your footwork. You've got a tendency to favor your left side. Tomorrow, you're part of the training rotation now. She said it like it was already decided. Unless you'd rather go back to staring at walls? I looked around the courtyard at the warriors who'd watched me struggle and persevere. At Kira, who'd pushed me without breaking me. At Theron, still leaning against the wall, watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. No, I said. I'd rather be here. Good answer. As the group dispersed, Theron approached. The others gave him a wide berth, that natural deference to an alpha's presence. "You did well," he said quietly. "I got my ass kicked. You stayed on your feet." His eyes held mine. "That's what matters. The skill will come with time. The will to keep fighting. Is that what you were testing? My will?" "No." He reached out and tucked a strand of sweat-dampened hair behind my ear. The gesture so casual, and yet so intimate it made my breath catch. "I already knew you had that. I just wanted you to remember it too." Snow began to fall then, light, delicate flakes that caught in his dark hair and melted on my overheated skin. "Come on," he said. "Nessa will kill me if I let you catch cold after she worked so hard to heal you." He offered his arm, and after only a moment's hesitation, I took it. As we walked back toward the keep, my wolf hummed contentedly, and I realized with a start that for the first time since the rejection, I felt something other than pain or anger or fear. I felt strong. Chapter 7. The Alpha's Truth. The training became my anchor. Every morning, I woke before dawn and made my way to the courtyard. Every morning, Kira was already there, staff in hand, ready to push me past what I thought were my limits. By the end of the first week, I could hold my own in basic sparring. By the second, I'd started training in wolf form, learning to use my smaller size as an advantage rather than a weakness, to move faster, strike from unexpected angles, to be unpredictable. The Stormcrest wolves accepted me with surprising ease. They didn't care that I was Omega, that I'd been rejected, that I came from another pack. They only cared whether I could keep up, and I was learning that I could. But it was the nights that undid me. Every evening, after the training grounds emptied and the pack retired to their various quarters, Theron would find me. Sometimes in the library, where I'd discovered a collection of books about wolf history and lore. Sometimes in the garden, where winter roses somehow still bloomed despite the snow. Sometimes simply walking the ramparts, watching the stars emerge over the mountains. He never demanded my time, never pushed for more than I offered. But he was always there, a steady, constant presence that my wolf craved more with each passing day. Tonight, I found him in the Hall of Ancestors, a circular room carved into the heart of the mountain, its walls lined with portraits of past Stormcrest alphas. Torches cast flickering shadows across painted faces, making them seem alive in the dancing light. He stood before the largest portrait, hands clasped behind his back, his expression distant. "She was beautiful," I said quietly, studying the woman in the painting. She had Theron's silver eyes and dark hair, her face strong and proud, wearing the ceremonial furs of an alpha. She was formidable. His voice carried an edge of old grief. "My mother, Alpha Luna Mora Stormcrest. Kira told me she was Omega." She was. He turned slightly, his profile sharp in the torchlight. Born to a pack that treated her like a servant. Rejected by her first mate for being too weak. Sound familiar? The parallel made my chest tighten. "What happened?" She ran. "Like you did." He moved to another portrait, a massive wolf with fur like midnight. "She made it to Stormcrest territory, where my father found her. He was Alpha then, recently widowed, and according to everyone who knew them, they shouldn't have worked. He was pure Alpha bloodline. She was rejected Omega. But they were fated mates, and the moon goddess doesn't make mistakes with the bonds that matter. They built this together. They transformed it." Pride colored his tone. "My mother changed everything about how Stormcrest operated. She believed strength had nothing to do with designation and everything to do with will. She trained every Omega in the pack to fight, to lead, to refuse to accept the limitations others tried to place on them." I stepped closer to the portrait, studying the fierce intelligence in the painted eyes. "She sounds extraordinary." She was. Until the fever took her when I was 17. His voice went flat. One week she was leading training exercises. The next she was gone. My father followed 6 months later. "Broken bond," the healers said. But I knew the truth. He couldn't exist in a world without her. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." He turned to face me fully. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something, Sarah. Rejection doesn't mean you're broken. It means the bond wasn't right. My mother taught me that. She showed me that Omega could become Alpha, that the wolf the world discards can become the one it fears. Is that what you see when you look at me?" The question escaped before I could stop it. "A future Alpha?" "No." He closed the distance between us until I had to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. "I see someone fighting to remember her own worth." Someone strong enough to walk away from what didn't serve her, even when it cost everything. Someone my wolf recognizes as. He stopped abruptly, jaw clenching. As what? My heart hammered against my ribs. As important. The word seemed carefully chosen, a substitution for something else. As someone worth protecting. Worth knowing. The air between us felt charged, electric. The torches seemed to burn brighter, casting his features in sharp relief. The strong jaw, the scar at his temple, the silver eyes that saw too much. There and I. A sharp howl cut through the night. Then another. The warning call. Theron's entire body went rigid, every muscle coiling with sudden tension. Stay here. What's happening? Rogues. At the border. He was already moving toward the door. They've been testing our defenses all week, but this sounds bigger. I can fight. I followed him into the corridor. Kira's been training me. No. The command in his voice made my wolf want to submit, but I pushed back. I'm not useless anymore. He spun, catching my shoulders in his hands. I know you can fight. I've watched you train every day. But you're not Pack yet, Sarah. If something happens to you, if you fall in my territory under my protection. His grip tightened almost painfully. I can't, just stay here. Please. The raw fear in his eyes undid me. Okay, I whispered. I'll stay. Relief flashed across his face. He released me, then seemed to hesitate, his hand lifting as if to touch my cheek before dropping away. I'll come back, he said. Then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the stone corridor as he shifted mid-stride. The sound of tearing fabric and the whisper of transformation following him into the night. I stood alone in the Hall of Ancestors, surrounded by the faces of dead alphas, and tried to ignore the way my wolf whined at his absence. Tried to ignore the fact that in 2 weeks, Theron Stormcrest had become more important to me than Dax had been in years. This is dangerous, I told myself. This is how you get hurt again. But my wolf didn't care about danger. She only knew that our alpha had gone into battle, and every instinct screamed at us to follow. The waiting was torture. I paced the hall until I'd memorized every crack in the stone, every brushstroke in the portraits. Then I moved to the ramparts, where I could see the forest below, dark and vast and giving away nothing. Somewhere out there, Theron was fighting. Somewhere out there, he could be hurt, bleeding, dying. The thought made my stomach clench with a fear that had nothing to do with gratitude or friendship, and everything to do with the bond one refused to name. Hours crawled by. The moon rose higher, washing the mountains in silver light. And still no word. I was contemplating breaking my promise and shifting to find him when I finally heard it. The sound of footsteps, multiple sets, moving quickly through the keep. I ran. The group emerged into the courtyard just as I arrived. Warriors in various states of injury, some limping, others bleeding from shallow wounds. Kira was among them, her red hair matted with blood that I prayed wasn't hers. And in the center of the group, supporting a young warrior who'd clearly taken the worst of it, was Theron. Relief crashed through me so powerfully it made my knees weak. He was alive, whole, moving with that same controlled grace despite the blood staining his clothes. His eyes found mine across the courtyard, and something passed between us. Recognition, relief, and something deeper that made my wolf keen with need. Nessa, Kira called. We need the healer now. The keep erupted into organized chaos as healers rushed forward. Warriors called out status reports, and someone started barking orders about securing the perimeter. Through it all, Theron's gaze never left mine. When the injured had been handed off to Nessa's care, when the immediate crisis had been handled, he crossed the courtyard to where I stood frozen by the entrance. You're hurt, I said, noting the gash on his arm, the bruising already forming on his ribs. I've had worse. That's not comforting. His lips twitched despite the blood and exhaustion. You waited. You told me to. I know, but I thought you might. He trailed off, reaching out to touch my face with fingers that trembled slightly. Thank you. For listening. For staying safe. The gentleness of the touch, the raw relief in his voice, broke something loose inside me. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around him, pressing my face against his chest. He stiffened in surprise, then his arms came around me, holding me with a desperation that matched my own. He smelled like blood and snow and battle, and underneath it all, that scent of pine and winter storms that my wolf had claimed as home. I was terrified, I whispered against his chest. The whole time you were gone, I was terrified something would happen to you. His arms tightened. Sarah, I know I shouldn't feel this way. I know it's too soon, too fast, too everything. But I can't help it. I pulled back enough to look up at him. You saved me. You gave me a place to heal. You made me remember what it feels like to be strong. And now you're my mate. The words hung in the air between us, stark and undeniable. What? My fated mate. His silver eyes blazed. I've known since the moment I found you in the forest. The bond snapped into place so hard it nearly drove me to my knees. But you'd just been rejected. You were broken and bleeding and traumatized. And the last thing you needed was another alpha trying to claim you. My mind spun. You knew? This whole time. I knew. His hand cupped my cheek. And I waited. Because you needed time to heal. To find yourself again. To choose this bond instead of having it forced on you. But the moon goddess already chose. The moon goddess gives us fated mates. But we still have to choose to accept them. His thumb brushed across my cheekbone. I'm choosing you, Sarah Blackthorne. Not because fate says I should. But because in 2 weeks, you've become the most important thing in my world. Because my wolf recognizes yours. Because when I'm near you, everything makes sense. Tears blurred my vision. I'm afraid. I know. What if it breaks again? What if I'm not strong enough, not good enough? Stop. He pressed his forehead against mine. You are enough. You have always been enough. Dax was a fool who couldn't see what he had. I won't make the same mistake. Theron, you don't have to accept the bond tonight. Or tomorrow. Or ever, if you decide it's not what you want. His voice roughened. But I need you to know that it exists. That you have a choice. That this time someone is choosing you. The words shattered the last of my defenses. I rose on my toes and kissed him. It was clumsy and desperate and tasted like tears and blood, but it was real. His sharp intake of breath. The way his hands tightened on my waist. The rumble that started deep in his chest as he pulled me closer. Kissing me back with a hunger that had been leashed for too long. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, his eyes had gone molten silver. Is that your answer? He asked roughly. I'm choosing you too, I whispered. I'm terrified and broken, and I don't know if I'm ready. But I'm choosing you. His smile was pure light. Then we'll figure out the rest together. He swept me into his arms, and this time when he carried me through the keep, past staring warriors and knowing smiles, I didn't care. Because the moon goddess had given me a second chance. And I wasn't going to waste it. Chapter 8. The Marking Ceremony. The news spread through Stormcrest like wildfire. By morning, every wolf in the pack knew that their alpha had found his fated mate. That the rejected Omega he'd carried home was destined to become their Luna. I expected resistance. Judgment. The same whispers that had followed me in Ashwood. Instead, I found celebration. Kira was the first to congratulate me, pulling me into a crushing hug during morning training. About damn time. We've been placing bets on when he'd finally tell you. You knew. Everyone knew. She grinned. An alpha can't hide that kind of bond. The way he looked at you during sparring. The way he found excuses to be near you every evening. Please. We were just waiting for one of you to admit it. The other warriors offered their congratulations with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some genuinely happy, others cautiously optimistic, all respectful. But it was Nessa who pulled me aside later that afternoon, her amber eyes serious. The marking ceremony will need to happen soon, she said as she checked the last of my healing wounds. The pack needs to witness the bond being sealed. My stomach flipped. How soon? Traditionally, 3 days. She caught my expression and softened slightly. But Theron will wait as long as you need. He's not like other alphas. He won't force this. I know that. And I did. But the memory of standing at an altar once before, of expecting a bond and receiving rejection instead. What if something goes wrong? Like what? Like the moon goddess changes her mind. Like he realizes I'm not. Sarah. Nessa's hands were firm on my shoulders. That beta who rejected you? He was weak. Afraid. More concerned with what others thought than with following his heart. Theron Stormcrest is none of those things. When he marks you, it will hold. The moon goddess doesn't make mistakes with bonds like this. I wanted to believe her. Needed to believe her. But fear had roots that ran deep. I found Theron that evening in his study. A room I'd never entered before, lined with maps and books and weapons mounted on the walls. He looked up from the papers spread across his desk, and his entire expression softened. Hey, he said, pushing back from the desk. I was just about to come find you. Nessa told me about the ceremony. I closed the door behind me, suddenly nervous. 3 days. If you want it. He stood, moving around the desk. But we can wait longer. As long as you need. No. I shook my head. I don't want to wait. I struggled to find the words. What if I'm not ready? What if I can't do this? Sarah, look at me. I met his silver eyes. The ceremony is just a formality. A tradition. He took my hands in his grip warm and solid. But the bond, that's already there. It's been there since the moment we met. Nothing that happens in 3 days will change that. The marking just makes it visible to the pack. And permanent. Yes. He didn't flinch from the truth. Once I mark you, the bond is sealed. You'll be Luna of Stormcrest, my mate in the eyes of the pack and the moon goddess. It's forever, Sarah. No take-backs. No second thoughts. The weight of it pressed down on me. Forever. With an alpha I'd known for barely 3 weeks. An alpha who was powerful, dangerous, who commanded a pack of warriors and held territory that others feared to enter. An alpha who looked at me like I was precious. Tell me what you're thinking, he said softly. I'm thinking that I'm terrified. The admission cost me, but I forced it out. I'm thinking that 3 weeks ago I was nobody. Rejected, exiled, half dead in the forest. And now I'm supposed to be Luna of one of the most powerful packs in the north? How is that possible? How am I supposed to? Sarah. He cupped my face in his hands, forcing me to focus on him. You think I don't see your strength? You survived rejection. Survived exile. Survived rogue attacks and a journey that would have killed most wolves. You've trained every day until you could barely stand, not because anyone forced you, but because you refused to be weak. You've earned the respect of my warriors in 3 weeks. That's not luck. That's you. But what if I fail? What if I'm not good enough to be? He kissed me, not soft or gentle, but fierce, claiming. A kiss that tasted like possession and promise and wild, untamed need. My protests died in my throat as I kissed him back, my hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer. When he finally pulled back, we were both breathing hard. You are enough, he said roughly. Say it. Theron. Say it, Sarah. You are enough. The words stuck in my throat, years of conditioning and self-doubt making them almost impossible to voice. But he waited, patient, immovable. I am enough, I whispered. Again. I am enough. Stronger this time. Again. I am enough. And this time, I almost believed it. His smile was fierce with pride. Yes, you are. You're more than enough. You're exactly what I need. What this pack needs. What the moon goddess knew we needed when she put you in my path. I leaned into him, letting his strength support me. 3 days. 3 days. His arms came around me. And then you're mine. Forever. Forever. I echoed, tasting the word. It didn't feel like a cage anymore. It felt like freedom. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. Nessa took charge of my ceremonial attire, presenting me with a gown of silver and white that seemed to shimmer like moonlight. It was Alpha Moira's, she explained. Theron wanted you to have it. Kira drilled me on ceremony protocol, what to expect, when to speak, how to present myself. The pack will be watching, she said. Not to judge, but to witness. This is important, Sarah. The marking of a Luna is sacred. And Theron gave me space when I needed it and comfort when I asked. He didn't push, didn't demand. He simply existed as a constant, steady presence, reminding me with every look, every touch, that I wasn't alone in this. On the night before the ceremony, I couldn't sleep. I stood on the balcony of Theron's chambers. Our chambers, soon, watching the moon rise over the mountains. The air was cold enough to bite, but I barely felt it. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, I would stand before the Stormcrest pack and accept a bond that would mark me forever. Tomorrow, I would become Luna. Can't sleep. I turned to find Theron in the doorway, wearing only loose pants, his chest bare despite the cold. He moved to stand beside me, close enough that I could feel his warmth. Nervous, I admitted. Me too. I looked at him in surprise. You? Why would you be nervous? Because tomorrow I'm binding myself to the most important person in my world. His expression was serious. Because I'm asking you to trust me with your heart after someone else shattered it. Because I want this to be perfect for you, and I'm terrified I'll somehow mess it up. The vulnerability in his voice made my chest ache. You won't mess it up, I said softly. How do you know? Because you're you. I turned to face him fully. Because in 3 weeks, you've shown me more care and respect than I received in years at Ashwood. Because you've never made me feel like I wasn't enough. Because when I look at you, I see home." His eyes blazed silver. "Sarah, I'm ready," I interrupted. "For tomorrow. For the marking. For all of it. I'm ready because I trust you. Because my wolf has been yours since the moment you carried me out of that forest. Because I stopped, the words catching in my throat. "Because you what?" he prompted gently. "Because I love you." The admission tumbled out, raw and terrifying and true. "It's too soon, I know, and probably stupid, but I can't help it. I love you, Theron Stormcrest. I love your strength and your patience and the way you look at me like I matter. I love that you waited for me to be ready, that you gave me time to heal, that you—" He kissed me, cutting off my rambling with lips that were warm and sure and tasted like forever. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright. "I love you too. Have since the moment you looked up at me in that forest with blood on your face and fire in your eyes. Have loved watching you become the wolf you were always meant to be. Will love you long after the mountains crumble to dust." I laughed through tears I hadn't realized were falling. "That's a long time. Not long enough." He gathered me into his arms, and I went willingly, pressing my face against his chest, listening to the steady thunder of his heart. "Tomorrow, when I mark you, the entire world will know you're mine. And I'll be yours. Completely. Irrevocably. Promise. I promise." He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. "Now come to bed. We both need rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." He led me inside, and for the first time, I climbed into his bed with him. We didn't do anything but hold each other, his body wrapped around mine, his breath stirring my hair. But it was enough. More than enough. As I drifted towards sleep, safe in his arms, I sent a silent thank you to the moon goddess. For rejection that led to exile. For exile that led to survival. For survival that led me here, to this moment, to this alpha who saw my worth when I'd forgotten it myself. Tomorrow, I would become Luna. But tonight, I was simply Sarah. And for the first time in my life, that was enough. Chapter 9. Blood Moon Rising. The day of the marking ceremony dawned cold and clear. I woke to find Theron already gone, tradition demanding that we spend the day apart until the ceremony. In his place, he'd left a single white winter rose on the pillow beside me, its petals perfect despite the season. Nessa arrived before I'd finished staring at it. "Time to make you look like a Luna," she announced, bustling in with an army of attendants carrying oils, herbs, and the shimmering gown. "The ceremony begins at moonrise, which gives us exactly 8 hours to prepare." 8 hours. I touched the rose petals gently. What could possibly take 8 hours? Kira appeared in the doorway, grinning. "You'd be surprised. Relax and let us handle everything. This is your day, Sarah." They were relentless. I was bathed in water infused with mountain herbs and moonflowers. My hair was washed, combed until it shone, then braided with silver threads and tiny crystals. My skin was massaged with oils that smelled of pine and winter storms. Theron's scent, I realized. So the pack would know immediately that I belonged to him. The gown came last. Alpha Moira's ceremonial dress fit perfectly, as if it had been made for me. The fabric was unlike anything I'd ever worn. Silk that seemed to shift between silver and white depending on how the light hit it, embroidered with wolves running beneath a full moon. The sleeves were long and flowing, the neckline cut to expose my collarbone where the mark would soon appear. When I finally looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. The woman staring back was regal, powerful, beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with physical appearance and everything to do with the light in her eyes. "You look like a Luna," Nessa said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "I look like someone playing dress-up," I countered, but the words lacked conviction. "No." Kira stepped beside me, her hand on my shoulder. "You look like exactly who you are. Who you've always been, underneath the doubt others tried to bury you in." A knock at the door interrupted whatever I might have said. One of the younger warriors, a girl named Mira with kind eyes, poked her head in. "It's time. The pack is gathering." My stomach flipped. "Already? The moon waits for no one." Nessa handed me a cloak of white fur. "Come. Your alpha is waiting." The ceremony would take place in the heart of Stormcrest, a natural amphitheater carved into the mountainside, open to the sky, with stone steps descending to a central platform. By the time we arrived, it was packed with wolves. Hundreds of them. Every member of Stormcrest had come to witness their alpha take a mate. They lined the steps, standing in perfect silence, their eyes tracking me as I descended toward the platform. I kept my chin high, forcing myself not to stumble, not to show fear. At the bottom, Theron waited. He wore ceremonial leathers dyed the color of storm clouds, bare-chested despite the cold, with the Stormcrest sigil painted across his back in silver. His dark hair had been pulled back, exposing the strong lines of his face, the sharp cut of his jaw. But it was his eyes that undid me. Silver and burning, fixed on me with an intensity that made my knees weak. The bond between us hummed with recognition, with need, with something that felt like destiny pulling us together. I reached the platform, and he extended his hand. I took it without hesitation. The touch sent electricity racing up my arm, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. The bond flared between us, visible even to those watching, a silver thread of light that connected his heart to mine. The crowd murmured in awe. An elder stepped forward, a woman ancient enough to have known Theron's mother, her white hair braided with moon crystals. She raised her staff, and silence fell immediately. "We gather under the moon goddess's light," she intoned, her voice carrying across the amphitheater, "to witness the bonding of Alpha Theron Stormcrest and Sarah Blackthorn. Two souls chosen by fate. Two wolves made one by love." She turned to Theron. "Alpha, do you accept this bond freely? Do you vow to protect, honor, and cherish this woman as your mate, your Luna, your equal in all things?" "I do." His voice was steady, absolute. "Before the moon goddess and this pack, I claim Sarah Blackthorn as my fated mate. My Luna. My heart." The elder turned to me, and suddenly every eye in the amphitheater was on my face. "Sarah Blackthorn, do you accept this bond freely? Do you vow to stand beside this Alpha, to lead this pack, to honor the moon goddess's gift?" This was it. The moment everything changed. I thought of Dax, of the rejection that had nearly destroyed me. Thought of the journey through the forest, the rogues, the fear and pain and endless cold. Thought of Theron finding me, carrying me home, giving me time to heal. Thought of training with Kira, of learning I was stronger than I'd been told. Of discovering that Omega didn't mean weak, that rejection wasn't the end. I looked at Theron, at this Alpha who'd chosen me, and felt the bond singing between us. Right and true and real. "I do," I said, and my voice rang clear across the amphitheater. "Before the moon goddess and this pack, I accept Theron Stormcrest as my fated mate. My Alpha. My home." The elder smiled. "Then let the marking be witnessed." Theron stepped closer, and the world narrowed to just us. His hand cupped my face, thumb brushing across my cheekbone. "Are you ready?" he murmured, low enough that only I could hear. "Yes." "It will hurt. I know. And then it will be the most beautiful thing you've ever felt." I smiled. "Show me." His eyes flashed silver, and then he moved. Fast as lightning, controlled as a dance, he tilted my head to expose my throat. I felt the shift in him. Not full transformation, just enough for his teeth to elongate, sharpen. "Mine," he growled, and then his teeth sank into the space where my neck met my shoulder. Pain exploded through me, white-hot and searing, like liquid silver burning through my veins. I gasped, my hands clutching his shoulders, every muscle locked tight. But then, just as suddenly, the pain transformed. Heat rushed through me, wild and intoxicating. Power flooded my body. His power, flowing through the bond, mixing with my own until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. My wolf howled in triumph, in recognition, in pure joy. The mark blazed to life on my skin, silver light spilling from the wound, visible even in the fading daylight. I felt it spreading, the bond taking root, wrapping around my heart like silver chains that felt nothing like imprisonment. They felt like freedom. Theron released my throat, and I sagged against him, overwhelmed by sensation. His arms came around me immediately, holding me up, holding me together. "I've got you," he whispered against my hair. "I've got you." Around us, the pack erupted. Howls split the air. Hundreds of voices raised in celebration, the sound echoing off the mountains until it felt like the entire world was singing. The moon, just beginning to rise over the peaks, seemed to glow brighter in response. The elder raised her staff again, and the howling gradually died down. "The bond is sealed," she announced. "The moon goddess has blessed this union. Rise, Luna Sarah of Stormcrest. Led this pack with wisdom and strength." Theron helped me straighten, his hand never leaving mine. When I turned to face the pack, I expected to see judgment, doubt, the same skepticism I'd faced in Ashwood. Instead, I saw acceptance. Every wolf in the amphitheater had dropped to one knee, heads bowed in respect. Even the warriors who'd sparred with me, who'd pushed me to my limits, knelt before their Luna. "They're kneeling for you," Theron murmured. "For their Luna." The weight of it, the responsibility, the honor, the sheer impossibility of it all, threatened to overwhelm me. But then I felt it. Through the bond, clear as daylight, Theron's absolute faith in me. His certainty. His love. "You can do this," he seemed to say without words. "You were born for this." I straightened my spine, lifted my chin, and addressed my pack for the first time. "Rise," I said, and my voice carried across the amphitheater with a strength I didn't know I possessed. "Rise, wolves of Stormcrest. I may be new to this pack, but I swear before the moon goddess and all of you, I will honor the trust you've placed in me. I will fight for this pack. I will stand beside your alpha. And I will never forget that strength has nothing to do with how you're born and everything to do with who you choose to become." The howls that followed were deafening. Theron's hand tightened on mine, and when I looked at him, the pride and love in his eyes made my breath catch. "Well said, Luna," he murmured. "Did I get it right? You were perfect." He pulled me close, pressing a kiss to my forehead, then my nose, then finally my lips, soft and sweet and full of promise. My perfect, powerful Luna. The celebration that followed lasted through the night. There was food and drink, music and dancing, warriors sharing stories and laughter echoing off the stone. Wolves came forward one by one to offer their congratulations, to welcome me formally into the pack, to swear their loyalty. But through it all, I stayed close to Theron, our hands linked, the bond between us singing with joy. As the moon reached its peak, casting silver light across the amphitheater, Kira approached with a knowing smile. "Time for you two to slip away," she said. "The pack won't mind. Newly marked pairs are expected to complete the bond." Heat flooded my cheeks. "Kira, I'm just saying." She grinned. "Go. Enjoy your night. We'll handle things here." Theron's eyes darkened with unmistakable heat. "Ready to leave, Luna?" "Yes," I breathed. He swept me into his arms again, and this time, when he carried me away from the celebration, up the stairs toward our chambers, I didn't protest. Because this was right. This was chosen. This was ours. And when he kicked the door shut behind us, when he laid me down on furs that smelled like both of us, when his lips found mine in a kiss that tasted like forever, I finally understood what the moon goddess had been trying to tell me all along. Rejection hadn't been the end of my story. It had been the beginning. Chapter 10, Shadows from the Past. 3 weeks passed in a blur of happiness I hadn't known was possible. Being Luna of Stormcrest meant more than I'd anticipated. Every morning, I trained with the warriors, pushing myself harder, faster, stronger. Every afternoon, I met with pack members who came seeking counsel, settling disputes, offering guidance even when I felt unqualified. And every night, I fell asleep in Theron's arms, the bond between us glowing warm and steady beneath my skin. The mark on my shoulder had healed into a beautiful scar, silver against my skin, the shape of a wolf's head wreathed in lightning, the Stormcrest sigil, proof that I belonged. I'd never been happier, which is why I should have known something would shatter it. The message arrived on a gray morning when snow fell thick and silent over the mountains. I was in the training yard, sparring with Kira, when one of the young scouts came running. "Luna," he called breathless. "There's a messenger at the gates." From Ashwood Pack. Every muscle in my body went rigid. Kira caught my expression and whistled sharply, calling a halt to training. Everyone dismissed. "Luna, let's go see what this is about." We found Theron already at the gates, his posture tense as he faced a wolf I didn't recognize. Young, nervous, wearing Ashwood colors. The sight of that familiar green and gold made my stomach clench. "Alpha Theron," the messenger was saying, his voice trembling slightly. "I bring a formal invitation from Alpha Marcus of Ashwood. He requests your presence, and that of your Luna, at the Midwinter Gathering in 2 weeks' time." The Midwinter Gathering. The largest social event in the Northern Territories, where all the packs came together to renew alliances, settle disputes, and celebrate the longest night of the year. I'd heard of it, of course, but Ashwood had never invited me. Omegas weren't important enough to attend. Theron's eyes found mine across the courtyard, reading my expression instantly. "We'll consider the invitation. There's more, Alpha." The messenger swallowed hard. Alpha Marcus specifically requested that Luna Sarah attend. He says there are matters to settle between Ashwood and Stormcrest. Old debts to be repaid. Old debts. The words sent ice through my veins. What debts? Theron's voice had gone dangerously quiet. I don't know the details, Alpha. I'm just delivering the message. The messenger pulled out a sealed letter and offered it with shaking hands. The invitation and formal request are here. Theron took the letter but didn't open it. You may return to Ashwood. Tell Alpha Marcus will respond within the week. The messenger bowed and practically fled. The moment he was gone, Theron's careful control cracked. Old debts, he growled. What the hell does that mean? I don't know, but I had a sinking feeling I did. Theron, can I see the letter? He handed it over, and I broke the seal with trembling fingers. The handwriting was formal, official, but I recognized it anyway. Alpha Marcus, Dax's father. The man who'd exiled me without a second thought. To Alpha Theron Stormcrest and Luna Sarah, you are cordially invited to attend the midwinter gathering as honored guests of Ashwood Pack. We look forward to celebrating this season of renewal and alliance with you. Additionally, there are matters of pack law that require Luna Sarah's presence, as she was a member of Ashwood before her departure. Certain protocols must be observed before her status as Luna of Stormcrest can be formally recognized by the Council. We trust you will understand the necessity of following proper procedures. Alpha Marcus of Ashwood. The letter crumpled in my grip. Pack law, I said hollowly. He's going to challenge the bond. He can't. Theron took the letter, scanning it with increasingly dark eyes. You're marked. The bond is sealed. There's nothing to challenge. Unless he claims I was still technically Ashwood's ward when you marked me. Kira had appeared beside us, her expression grim. It's an old law rarely invoked, but it exists. If a pack can prove they had rightful claim to a wolf before another pack marked them, they can demand compensation or even dissolution of the bond. That's insane, I breathed. They exiled me. They threw me out with nothing. But did they formally release you from the pack? Kira asked gently. Did Alpha Marcus perform the severance rites? I thought back to that terrible night. To the ceremony, the rejection, the Alpha's cold pronouncement that I had until dawn to leave. But no ritual. No formal release. Just exile. No, I whispered. He just told me to leave. Theron made a sound like a growl forming deep in his chest. So he's claiming you were still Ashwood property when I marked you. I'm not property. I know that. His hands cupped my face, forcing me to meet his blazing silver eyes. You're my mate. My Luna. Mine in every way that matters. But if this asshole thinks he can use pack law to invalidate our bond. His jaw clenched. We're going to that gathering. And we're going to end this. Theron, maybe we should. No. The alpha command in his voice made my wolf sit up straight. I'm not letting some coward who threw you away come crawling back to claim ownership. You're Stormcrest now. You're mine. And if I have to prove that to every pack in the north, so be it. Despite my fear, warmth bloomed in my chest. He was ready to go to war for me. For us. What if they won't accept the bond? I asked quietly. What if the council sides with Ashwood? Then we'll deal with it. His thumbs brushed across my cheekbones. Together. Whatever happens, we face it together. Kira cleared her throat. For what it's worth, I don't think the council will side with Ashwood. What they did was shitty, and most alphas know it. But you'll need to present a united front. Show them that Sarah isn't some omega they can push around anymore. She never was. Theron's eyes never left mine. She just needed to remember that. I hate this, I admitted. I don't want to go back there. Don't want to see them again. I know. He pulled me into his arms, and I went willingly, pressing my face against his chest. But sometimes we have to face the past to claim our future. And this time, you won't be alone. This time, you'll walk in as Luna of Stormcrest, with an alpha who would burn the world before letting anyone hurt you. The fierce protectiveness in his tone made my eyes sting. Okay, I whispered against his chest. We'll go. We'll face. That's my Luna. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. Strong, brave, unbreakable. But as we stood there in the falling snow, his arms wrapped around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that going back to Ashwood would cost more than either of us expected. That the past I'd worked so hard to escape was about to drag me back into its teeth. The next 2 weeks passed in tense preparation. Theron called in every favor, contacted every ally, built a case so airtight that even the council couldn't dispute our bond. Kira trained me specifically for the gathering. Not just physical combat, but political maneuvering, how to carry myself, what to say and when to stay silent. You're not a victim anymore, she reminded me constantly. You're a Luna. Act like it. The night before we were set to leave, I found myself unable to sleep. I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Theron, and made my way to the balcony. The mountains stretched endlessly before me, silver in the moonlight. Somewhere beyond them lay Ashwood. My old life. The wolves who'd rejected me. Couldn't sleep either? I turned to find Theron leaning against the doorway, bare-chested and beautiful in the moonlight. Just thinking, I admitted. He crossed to stand beside me, his warmth cutting through the cold. About how different everything was 3 months ago. I leaned into him when his arm came around my shoulders. If someone had told me then that I'd be here, Luna of Stormcrest, mated to an alpha who actually sees me, I would have thought they were insane. The moon goddess works in mysterious ways. Does she? I looked up at him. Or did I just get lucky? There's no such thing as luck. His fingers traced the mark on my shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. There's only fate. And fate brought you to me for a reason. To drive you crazy with my stubbornness? That earned a low chuckle. Among other things. He sobered, his expression growing serious. Tomorrow, when we walk into that gathering, I need you to remember something. What? You are not the wolf they cast out. You are not defined by their rejection. You are Luna of Stormcrest, mate to the alpha of the most powerful pack in the north, and you have nothing to prove to anyone. Except to the council who might invalidate our bond. The council can try. His eyes flashed silver. They won't succeed. Because I will not let you go, Sarah. Not for pack law, not for politics, not for anything. You're mine, and I protect what's mine. The intensity in his voice, in his gaze, made my breath catch. What if something goes wrong? I whispered. What if? He kissed me, cutting off my fears with lips that tasted like home and forever and unshakable certainty. When he pulled back, his forehead rested against mine. Nothing will go wrong, because I won't let it. Trust me. Always. Then come to bed. Tomorrow, we face your past together. Tonight, let's just be us. He led me back inside, back to the warmth and safety of our bed. And when his arms wrapped around me, the fear finally released its grip. Tomorrow, I would return to Ashwood. But I wouldn't return as the Omega they'd thrown away. I would return as Luna, and they would finally see what they'd lost. Chapter 11. The Gathering of Wolves. The journey to Ashwood took 3 days. We traveled with an escort of 20 Stormcrest warriors. A show of strength that Theron insisted was necessary. Kira rode at his right hand, and I at his left, dressed in silver and storm blue, the colors of my new pack. Every mile closer made my stomach tighten. On the 3rd day, we crested a hill, and there it was, Ashwood territory spread out below us. The pack house rose from the forest like a scar, smoke curling from its chimneys, banners snapping in the wind. My throat went dry. Breathe, Theron murmured, his hand finding mine. Remember who you are now. I nodded, forcing air into my lungs. As we descended toward the main compound, I could see other packs arriving from all directions. The midwinter gathering was the largest event of the year. Dozens of packs, hundreds of wolves, all converging on Ashwood lands. The thought of facing them all made my skin crawl. Guards met us at the border, their eyes widening when they recognized Theron. Alpha of Stormcrest commanded respect even here. But when their gazes shifted to me, I saw the moment recognition hit. Sarah, one of them breathed. Is that you? I sat straighter in my saddle. Luna Sarah of Stormcrest, I corrected coolly. We're expected. His face went pale. Of course. Right this way, Luna. The title felt strange coming from an Ashwood wolf. 3 months ago, he wouldn't have looked at me twice. We rode through familiar paths, past training grounds where I'd struggled, past the Omega quarters where I'd lived, past the Great Hall where I'd been rejected. Every landmark was a ghost reaching out to remind me of who I'd been. But Theron's presence beside me was an anchor. His hand never left mine, the bond humming steadily between us, reminding me, you're not her anymore. The main courtyard was packed with wolves from every pack in the region. They parted as we approached, conversations dying, eyes following our progress. I could feel their stares like physical weight. The rejected Omega, mated to Stormcrest's Alpha? How did she? Luna. Theron's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. Head up. You're magnificent, and I need them to see it. I lifted my chin, forced my shoulders back, and met the staring wolves with a gaze that didn't waver. Let them look. Let them see what their rejection had forged. At the entrance to the great hall stood Alpha Marcus, looking older than I remembered, his gray hair thinning, his shoulders slightly stooped. Beside him stood his mate, Luna Catherine, her expression carefully neutral. And beside her, looking like he'd swallowed poison, stood Dax. Our eyes met across the courtyard. He looked good, still golden and handsome, still carrying himself with that easy confidence. But there was something in his expression when he saw me. Shock, regret, and underneath it all, jealousy so potent I could smell it from here. I felt nothing. No pain, no anger, no longing for what might have been. Just a distant sort of pity for the wolf who'd thrown away his fated mate because he cared more about appearances than truth. Theron dismounted first, then helped me down with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the power radiating from him. He kept his hand on the small of my back as we approached, a possessive gesture that every wolf present would recognize. Alpha Theron, Marcus greeted, his tone cautiously respectful. Welcome to Ashwood. We're honored by your presence. Alpha Marcus. Theron's voice was cordial but cold. Thank you for the invitation, though I admit the circumstances of it were unusual. Marcus's smile faltered slightly. Yes, well, there are matters of protocol to discuss. But first, his eyes shifted to me, and I saw the calculation there. Sarah, you look, well. Luna Sarah, Theron corrected, his tone sharp enough to cut. Show proper respect to my mate. The courtyard went dead silent. Marcus's face reddened. Of course. My apologies, Luna Sarah. I merely meant. We know what you meant. I stepped forward slightly, feeling Theron's support at my back. You meant that you're surprised to see the Omega you exiled standing here as Luna of the most powerful pack in the north. I understand. I'm a bit surprised myself. Gasps rippled through the watching crowd. Luna Catherine's eyes widened. Even Dax looked stunned. Marcus struggled for composure. Perhaps we should discuss these matters inside. The gathering will formally begin tonight, but... No. Theron's voice cut through like a blade. We'll discuss them here. Now. In front of witnesses. Alpha Theron, I don't think. You sent a letter claiming old debts, suggesting that my mating of Sarah violated pack law because you never formally released her from Ashwood. Theron took a step forward, and every wolf in the courtyard instinctively stepped back. The power rolling off him was immense. So let's settle this now. Did you perform the severance rites when you exiled her? Marcus's jaw tightened. The situation was complicated. It's a yes or no question. No. The admission came through gritted teeth. I did not formally sever her pack bonds. But she was told to leave. Being told to leave is not the same as being released from pack law. Kira had moved to stand beside us, her voice ringing with authority. By your own admission, Alpha Marcus, Sarah was still technically bound to Ashwood when she left. Which means you're claiming ownership of a wolf you threw away. I'm not claiming ownership, Marcus protested, but his eyes betrayed him. I'm simply stating that protocols should have been followed. Protocols? I heard myself say, my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest. Like the protocol that says a fated mate can't be rejected without council approval? Like the protocol that requires a rejected wolf be given sanctuary within the pack? Like the protocol that demands formal rites before exile? The watching wolves murmured, many nodding in agreement. Marcus's face went from red to purple. You dare. She dares, Theron said quietly, dangerously. Because she's a Luna now, and because every word she speaks is truth. You rejected her fated mate bond illegally. You exiled her without proper rites. You threw her into rogue territory with nothing, hoping she'd die so you wouldn't have to deal with the scandal of your beta rejecting his moon goddess-chosen mate. The accusation hung in the air like smoke. Father. Dax stepped forward for the first time, his face ashen. Father, that's not, we didn't. Silence. Marcus snapped. Then to Theron. I did what I thought was best for the pack. You did what was convenient. Theron's silver eyes blazed. And now you're trying to use pack law to save face. To pretend that you have some claim over a wolf you abandoned. Well, here's my response, no. No, Marcus sputtered. You can't just, the council will. The council, a new voice interrupted, is already here. And we've heard enough. An elderly wolf emerged from the hall, ancient, with white fur and eyes like amber. I recognized her from pack lore. Elder Moraine, head of the Northern Council, one of the most powerful wolves in the territories. Everyone immediately bowed. Elder Moraine, Marcus stammered. I wasn't aware you'd arrived. Obviously. She moved with surprising grace for her age, her gaze sweeping over the assembled wolves before landing on me. Come here, child. My legs moved before I could think, carrying me forward until I stood before her. She studied me for a long moment, then reached out and touched the mark on my shoulder. The Stormcrest sigil blazed silver under her fingers. A true bond, she murmured, sealed by the moon goddess herself. I can feel her blessing on it. She turned to Marcus. You summoned the council to challenge this bond? I simply wanted to ensure proper protocols. You wanted to cause trouble for a pack that outranks you and an alpha who could destroy Ashwood with a thought. Elder Moraine's voice was sharp. Don't insult my intelligence, Marcus. I know exactly what this is about. She turned back to me. Sarah Blackthorn, or should I say Lunacera of Stormcrest. Tell me true. Did Alpha Marcus formally release you from Ashwood's pack bonds before your departure? No, Elder. My voice didn't shake. He told me I had until dawn to leave. No rights. No formal severance. Just exile. And your mate bond? The one that was rejected. Beta Dax rejected me at the ceremony. In front of the entire pack. Murmurs swept through the crowd again, louder this time. Elder Moraine's expression hardened. So not only did Ashwood fail to follow protocol, but they committed one of the gravest offenses in pack law. Allowing a beta to reject his fated mate without council approval, then exiling the Omega for the crime of being rejected. Marcus's face had gone gray. Elder, if you would allow me to explain. There's nothing to explain. She turned to address the entire gathering, her voice carrying with supernatural clarity. Let it be known. The bond between Alpha Theron Stormcrest and Lunacera is valid, legal, and blessed by the moon goddess. Any challenge to it is hereby dismissed. Furthermore, her gaze cut to Marcus like a knife. Ashwood Pack is fined 10,000 silver marks for failure to follow pack law regarding rejection and exile. The money will be paid to Lunacera as compensation for the hardship Ashwood caused her. The crowd erupted. I stood frozen, barely able to process what had just happened. 10,000 silver marks. A fortune. And more importantly, public vindication. Recognition that what Ashwood had done to me was wrong. Elder Moraine turned back to me, and her stern expression softened slightly. You've come far, child. From rejected Omega to Luna of Stormcrest. The moon goddess must have great plans for you. Thank you, Elder, I managed. She nodded, then addressed the crowd once more. Let this be a lesson to all packs. Rejecting the moon goddess's gifts has consequences, both for those who reject and those who are rejected. May you all remember this. With that, she swept back into the hall, leaving chaos in her wake. Marcus looked ready to explode. Luna Catherine had gone pale. And Dax was staring at me like he'd seen a ghost. Or a miracle. Or possibly his biggest mistake walking away. I didn't care. Theron's hand found mine, his fingers intertwining with mine, the bond pulsing with pride and fierce protectiveness. Well played, Luna, he murmured. I didn't do anything. You told the truth. Sometimes that's the most powerful weapon. Around us, wolves from other packs were approaching, offering congratulations, asking to be introduced. The tone had shifted completely. I was no longer the rejected Omega. I was Lunacera of Stormcrest, publicly vindicated by the council itself. But as we were ushered toward the hall for the formal gathering, I caught one last glimpse of Dax. He stood alone in the courtyard, watching me walk away with Theron, and the devastation on his face was so complete it almost made me feel sorry for him. Almost, because he'd made his choice 3 months ago, and I'd made mine when I accepted Theron's mark. The past was finally truly over. Now I just had to make it through the rest of the gathering without losing my mind. Chapter 12. Ghosts and Reckoning. The Great Hall of Ashwood had been transformed for the midwinter gathering. Banners from every pack in the Northern Territories hung from the rafters. Crimson and gold, silver and black, green and bronze. A tapestry of power and alliance. Long tables groaned under the weight of food and drink. Musicians played in the corner, their melodies weaving through conversation and laughter. It should have been beautiful. Instead, it felt like walking through a memory I'd rather forget. Theron kept me close as we entered, his hand never leaving the small of my back. Kira flanked us on one side, and 2 of our strongest warriors on the other. We made quite the entrance, Stormcrest in all its glory, powerful and united. Every eye in the hall tracked our progress. Luna Sarah. A voice called out, and I turned to see a familiar face. Alpha Helena of Rivamist, a small but respected pack to the east. She approached with genuine warmth in her smile. I heard what happened in the courtyard. Well done, standing up to Marcus like that. Thank you, Alpha Helena. Please, just Helena. She glanced at Theron with approval. And Alpha Theron, your mate is everything they say and more. You're a lucky wolf. I'm aware, Theron said, his tone carrying a hint of pride that made my chest warm. Other alphas approached after that, some offering congratulations, others simply curious to meet the Omega-turned Luna who'd caused such a stir. I fielded their questions with as much grace as I could manage, Theron's steady presence keeping me grounded. But I could feel the stares from across the room. Ashwood wolves, watching from the shadows. And at the head table, Dax sat beside his father, his gaze locked on me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Ignore him, Theron murmured, somehow knowing exactly where my thoughts had gone. He doesn't matter anymore. I know, but it's hard when he won't stop staring. Let him stare. Theron's hand slid up to rest on the mark at my shoulder, the touch possessive and deliberate. Let him see what he lost. Let it haunt him. Despite everything, I smiled. Vindictive, aren't you? When it comes to you. Absolutely. The feast began with Elder Moraine offering a blessing to the moon goddess. Then Alpha Marcus stood to welcome the gathered packs, his speech stiff and formal, his eyes carefully avoiding where Theron and I sat among the honored guests. I barely tasted the food, too aware of the scrutiny, the whispered conversations, the weight of being on display. It wasn't until the meal ended and wolves began to mingle that things took a turn. I'd stepped away from Theron briefly. He'd been cornered by several alphas discussing border disputes, and found myself near the refreshment table when a voice behind me made every muscle tense. Sarah. I didn't have to turn to know who it was. Dax. I set down my cup slowly, carefully, before facing him. Beta Dax. The formality made him flinch. Please don't. I just want to talk. I don't think we have anything to discuss. Please. His golden eyes, once so familiar, once so desired, held a desperation I'd never seen before. Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. I should have said no. Should have walked away. Should have gone straight back to Theron and let him handle this. But something in me needed this. Needed to face him one last time and prove that he held no power over me anymore. 5 minutes, I agreed. But not here. He led me to a small alcove off the main hall. The same one where we used to steal moments together before the rejection. The irony wasn't lost on me. Once we were alone, Dax seemed to struggle for words. You look incredible, he finally said. I barely recognized you in the courtyard. You're so different. I had to be. The Omega you knew wouldn't have survived what you put her through. He flinched again. I know. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sarah. If I could take it back. But you can't. My voice was steady, calm. You made your choice, Dax. You chose your father's approval over the moon goddess's gift. You chose your reputation over our bond. And then you let them exile me without even speaking up. I wanted to, he said desperately. I argued with my father for hours after you left. But he said it was for the best, that you'd be fine, that I'd die in the wilds and save everyone the embarrassment. The bitterness leaked through despite my best efforts. Is that what he said? Dax's silence was answer enough. I almost did die, I continued quietly. I was attacked by rogues. I was bleeding, starving, freezing. I was ready to give up. And the entire time I kept thinking, maybe he was right. Maybe I really am weak. Maybe I really am worthless. You were never. Let me finish. The command in my voice surprised us both. I kept thinking that until the moment Theron found me. Until he carried me to Stormcrest and gave me a chance to become who I was always meant to be. Until he looked at me and saw strength instead of shame. Dax's hands clenched into fists. I see it now. God, Sarah, I see it now. I was a fool. A coward. And watching you walk in here today, marked and mated and powerful. His voice broke. I realized what I threw away. Yes, I said simply. You did. Is there any chance, any at all, that you could forgive me? The question hung between us. I studied him. This wolf I'd loved for so long, who'd broken me so completely. And I realized something profound. I already have, I said softly. Forgiveness isn't about you, Dax. It's about me, about refusing to carry the weight of your mistake anymore. So yes, I forgive you. But that doesn't mean I want you back in my life. It just means I'm done letting what you did define me. He looked like I'd struck him. So that's it. We just nothing. We were never anything, I corrected gently. We were a bond you rejected before it could form. We were a possibility you destroyed. But we never existed. And him, the jealousy finally bled through. Theron Stormcrest? You love him. With everything I am. The truth of it resonated in my bones. He chose me, Dax. Not because he had to. Not because the moon goddess forced his hand. But because he saw worth in me that I'd forgotten existed. And I will spend every day of my life being grateful that you rejected me. Because it led me to him. The words hit Dax like physical blows. He staggered back a step, and for a moment, I saw genuine anguish on his face. I hope you're happy with your new mate, I said, preparing to leave. I hope she gives you everything you thought you wanted. But more than that, I hope you learn that love isn't about image or status or what others think. It's about seeing someone, truly seeing them, and choosing them anyway. Sarah, wait. Our 5 minutes are up. I turned toward the alcove entrance. Goodbye, Dax. For real this time. I walked away and didn't look back. The moment I emerged from the alcove, Theron was there. One look at my face, and he pulled me into his arms, not caring who saw, not caring what anyone thought. Did he hurt you? The growl in his voice was barely contained. No. I pressed my face against his chest, breathing in his scent, pine and storms and home. He apologized. He said he was wrong. He asked if I could forgive him. Theron's arms tightened. And I told him I already had, but that I didn't want him in my life. I pulled back to look up at him. I told him I was grateful he rejected me because it led me to you. Something fierce and possessive blazed in Theron's silver eyes. Mine, he growled, low enough that only I could hear. Yours, I confirmed. Always. He kissed me then, right there in the middle of the gathering, with hundreds of wolves watching. Claimed me in front of every pack in the north with a kiss that left no doubt about who I belonged to. When he finally pulled back, I was breathless and dizzy and completely, utterly content. Ready to get out of here? He murmured against my lips. God, yes. He laughed, a real, genuine laugh that drew smiles from those around us, and led me toward the exit. We passed Alpha Marcus on the way out. He looked like he wanted to say something, but one glance at Theron's expression had him thinking better of it. We passed Luna Catherine, who surprised me by offering a small nod of respect. And we passed Dax, still standing near the alcove, watching us leave with the expression of a wolf who'd just realized he'd gambled everything and lost. I didn't feel triumph at his pain. I just felt free. The courtyard was quieter now, most wolves having moved inside for the celebrations. Snow had begun to fall again, soft and white, coating everything in crystalline beauty. Where are we going? I asked as Theron led me away from the guest quarters. Somewhere we can be alone. His eyes glinted in the moonlight. I need to remind you exactly who you belong to, just in case talking to your ex made you forget. Heat flooded through me. I didn't forget. Good. He swept me into his arms, again, and I laughed, wrapping my arms around his neck. Because I planned to spend the rest of the night making absolutely certain you remember. As he carried me away from the gathering, away from the ghosts of my past, toward whatever future awaited us, I sent up a silent prayer of thanks to the moon goddess. For rejection that became redemption. For exile that became transformation. For an Omega who became Luna. And most of all, for the Alpha who'd seen my worth when I'd forgotten it myself. The past was finally, truly behind me. Now there was only forward. Only us. Only home. Chapter 13. The Challenge. The next morning dawned cold and bright. I woke wrapped in Theron's arms in the guest quarters Ashwood had provided. Far nicer than anywhere I'd ever stayed when I lived here. The irony wasn't lost on me. Good morning, Luna, Theron murmured against my hair, his voice rough with sleep. Morning. I turned in his embrace to face him. How long have you been awake? Long enough to watch you sleep and count my blessings. His fingers traced lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, following the lines of the mark. Last night was perfect, I finished. It was perfect. He smiled, then sobered slightly. How are you feeling about yesterday? About seeing him again? Honestly, I considered the question. Relieved. I needed that closure. Needed to face him and realize that what we had, or what I thought we had, wasn't real. Not like this. I pressed my hand over his heart, feeling the steady beat beneath my palm. This is real. This is forever, he corrected, capturing my hand and bringing it to his lips. You and me, Sarah. Until the stars burn out. The intensity in his silver eyes made my breath catch. Promise. Promise. A sharp knock at the door interrupted whatever might have happened next. Alpha. Kira's voice came through, urgent. We have a situation. Theron was out of bed instantly, pulling on clothes with practiced efficiency. I followed suit, my stomach already knotting with anxiety. When we opened the door, Kira's expression was grim. Beta Dax has issued a formal challenge. The world tilted. What? I breathed. A challenge for what? Theron's voice had gone dangerously quiet. For Luna Sarah. Kira's jaw tightened. He's claiming that since their bond was never properly dissolved, since he never formally accepted the rejection, he has the right to challenge for her. That's insane, I said. He rejected me. In front of the entire pack. The bond is dead. Technically, Kira said carefully, a rejection isn't complete until both parties accept it. You never formally accepted his rejection. You just left. The technicality felt like a noose tightening around my throat. He can't do this, Theron growled. She's marked. She's mine. The bond is sealed. I know, but he's invoking an old law, the right of reclamation. If a wolf believes their mate bond was improperly severed, they can challenge the new bond through combat. Kira looked miserable delivering this news. It's archaic and rarely used, but it's still technically legal. The council has already been notified. Elder Moraine is reviewing the case now. Kira glanced at me, her expression sympathetic. I'm sorry, Sarah. He's using every loophole he can find. My mind raced. So what happens? Theron fights Dax? And if Theron wins, the challenge is dismissed. If Theron wins, yes. Kira hesitated. But according to the law, the challenge bondholder gets to choose the combat method. Physical, mental, or... She trailed off. Or what? I demanded. Or the Luna can fight for herself. Silence crashed down. Theron's power flared, making the air shimmer. Absolutely not. There's no way in hell I'm letting her. It's my choice, I interrupted quietly. He turned to me, eyes blazing. Sarah, no. He's a beta. He's been training his entire life. You've only been training for 3 months. I know. I met his gaze steadily. But this isn't about strength, Theron. It's about pride. His pride. He rejected me because he thought I was weak, and now he can't stand that I became strong without him. If you fight for me, it proves nothing. But if you fight and lose, the bond could be dissolved. His hands gripped my shoulders. I can't risk that. I won't risk you. And I can't spend my life having others fight my battles. I covered his hands with mine. I need to do this. Not for him. For me. To prove that I'm not the Omega he threw away. That I'm Luna of Stormcrest, and I earned that title. Sarah, please. I held his tortured gaze. Trust me. The way you've been asking me to trust you. The words hit him like a blow. I could see the war raging in his expression. The alpha who wanted to protect his mate versus the mate who understood what I needed. Finally, painfully, he nodded. Okay, but I'm not leaving your side. And if he hurts you, he won't. I hoped I sounded more confident than I felt. Because I'm going to win. An hour later, I stood in the ceremonial combat circle behind the Great Hall. The entire gathering had assembled to witness the challenge. Hundreds of wolves forming a massive ring around the designated space. Elder Moraine presided from a raised platform, her ancient face carved from stone. Across the circle, Dax waited in his combat leathers, looking every inch the warrior he was. Golden and powerful and deadly. I wore simple training clothes, Stormcrest colors, silver and storm blue. Kira had braided my hair back tightly, and Theron had checked my weapons 3 times, even though this would be hand-to-hand combat only. Remember your training, Kira murmured as she made final adjustments. He's bigger and stronger, but you're faster. Use that. Stay mobile. Don't let him pin you. I know. And Sarah, she met my eyes. You've got nothing to prove to anyone. You're already Luna. You're already strong. This is just making it official. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Theron approached, his expression carefully controlled, but I could feel the storm of emotions through our bond. Fear, pride, fury, love, all tangled together. You don't have to do this, he said one last time. I can end this in seconds. I know, but I need to. I rose on my toes and kissed him softly. I'll be fine. I promise. If he's not honorable, if he tries anything, you'll tear him apart. I know. I smiled despite my nerves. It's actually kind of sweet how murderous you get when it comes to me. That earned a rough laugh. Sweet. Right. He cupped my face in his hands. Win or lose, you're still mine. Nothing changes that. Understand? Yes. But I'm going to win. That's my Luna. He kissed me once more, fierce and claiming, then stepped back to join Kira at the edge of the circle. Elder Moraine's voice rang out across the assembly. We are gathered to witness a challenge under the right of reclamation. Beta Dax of Ashwood claims his mate bond with Sarah was improperly severed. Alpha Theron of Stormcrest claims the bond is dead and a new bond rightfully formed. Luna Sarah has chosen to defend her bond through personal combat. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The rules are simple, Elder Moraine continued. Hand-to-hand combat only. No shifting. No weapons. First to submit or be rendered unable to continue loses. The winner's claim on the bond stands. Do both parties understand? Yes, Elder, Dax and I said in unison. Then let the challenge begin. The crowd roared. Dax and I moved to the center of the circle, facing each other. Up close, I could see the determination in his eyes. The desperation. I'm sorry it came to this, he said quietly. But I need you to know, I'm not doing this to hurt you. I'm doing this because I finally understand what I lost. And I won't, let you go without a fight. That's where you're wrong, I replied. You already let me go. 3 months ago, you threw me away. This, I gestured to the circle. This is just you trying to undo your mistake. But some things can't be undone, Dax. Some choices are permanent. Then may the best wolf win. He attacked, fast and fierce, using his superior size and strength to try to overwhelm me immediately. His fist came at my face, and I barely dodged, feeling the wind of it pass my cheek. Stay mobile. Don't let him pin you. I danced back, avoiding his second strike, his third. The crowd was screaming, but I blocked it out, focusing entirely on Dax's movements. He was good, better than I'd expected. But I'd been training with Kira, with Stormcrest's best warriors, with wolves who didn't pull their punches because I was Omega. And I'd been training with something Dax didn't have. Everything to lose. When he lunged again, I didn't retreat. I moved into the attack, using his momentum against him, sliding under his guard and landing a solid hit to his ribs. He grunted in pain and surprise. The crowd's roar intensified. You've gotten better, he admitted, circling me warily now. I had a good teacher. I circled with him, watching for openings. And a mate who believed I could be more than what you tried to make me. Something flashed in his eyes. Anger, maybe, or wounded pride. He came at me again, faster this time, more aggressive. A flurry of strikes that I blocked, dodged, absorbed. One caught me in the shoulder, spinning me around. Another glanced off my temple, making my vision spark. But I didn't fall. I'd survived worse than this. Survived rogues and exile and a broken bond. I could survive Dax. I dropped low and swept his legs. He went down hard, and before he could recover, I was on him, my knee on his chest, my hand at his throat. Submit, I growled. For a moment, I thought he would. I saw it in his eyes, the recognition that he'd lost, that I'd become something he couldn't defeat. Then his hand shot up, catching my wrist. Pain exploded through my arm. He used my momentum to flip our positions, pinning me beneath him, his weight crushing. I can't, he panted. I can't let you go, Sarah. I can't. I head-butted him. The impact made my vision white out for a second, but it worked. His grip loosened just enough for me to wrench free, to roll away, to get back to my feet. Blood dripped from his nose. My head throbbed. We faced each other, both breathing hard, both bleeding. This doesn't have to end with one of us hurt, he said desperately. We could. There is no we, Dax. My voice carried across the circle. There never was. You made sure of that when you rejected me. And now I'm going to make sure you understand exactly what you lost. I attacked. Everything Kira had taught me, everything I'd learned in 3 months of brutal training, everything I'd become poured into that assault. I was faster than him, more flexible, willing to fight dirty, because survival had taught me that honor meant nothing if you were dead. I struck his injured ribs, swept his legs again. When he tried to grapple, I twisted free and landed an elbow to his jaw that made his eyes roll. He was faltering. I could see it, feel it. One more strike. That's all it would take. I moved in for the finish. And hesitated. Just for a second. Just long enough to see the desperation in his eyes. To remember the wolf I'd once loved. To feel a flicker of the girl I'd been. It was almost my undoing. Dax surged up, catching me in a grapple, using his superior strength to lift me off my feet. For a terrifying moment, I was airborne, about to be slammed into the ground with force that would end the fight. But through the bond, I felt Theron's absolute faith in me. His certainty. His love. You've got this, Luna. I twisted midair, using Dax's own momentum, and when we hit the ground, it was him on bottom, the air exploding from his lungs. Before he could recover, I had his arm locked, twisted at an angle that would break if he struggled. Submit, I commanded again. He tried to fight, tried to break free. I applied more pressure, and he cried out in pain. Submit, I roared. I submit. The words tore from him. I submit. Please, I submit. I released him immediately, stumbling back, my entire body shaking with adrenaline and exhaustion. Elder Moraine's staff struck the ground 3 times. The challenge is concluded. Luna Sarah of Stormcrest is victorious. The bond stands. The Stormcrest wolves erupted in cheers. But I barely heard them. I was already moving, already running to where Theron waited at the edge of the circle. He caught me as I threw myself into his arms, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. You did it, he murmured against my hair. Gods, Sarah, you were magnificent. You were. I kissed him, cutting off his words, pouring everything I felt into it. Relief and triumph and love so overwhelming it made my chest ache. When we finally broke apart, both of us were grinning like fools. I won, I said unnecessarily. You destroyed him. Pride radiated from every word. You showed every wolf here exactly who Luna of Stormcrest is. I looked back at the circle where Dax still lay, being helped up by his packmates. He met my eyes across the distance, and I saw it, acceptance, defeat, and finally truly goodbye. I turned back to Theron, to my mate, to my future. Take me home, I said. I'm done with the past. With pleasure, Luna. As we walked away from the gathering, surrounded by our pack, I felt the last chains of my old life fall away. I was free. I was strong. I was exactly where I was meant to be. Chapter 14, Homecoming. We left Ashwood the next morning. There were no long goodbyes, no reconciliations with wolves who'd turned their backs on me. Just a quiet departure at dawn, Stormcrest warriors falling into formation around Theron, and me as we rode away from the territory that had once been home. I didn't look back. Not once. The journey home felt different than the journey there. Lighter somehow, as if I'd left a weight behind in that combat circle. The warriors sensed it too, their mood celebratory, passing around flasks and retelling the fight with growing embellishments. Did you see his face when she flipped him? One laughed. I thought Alpha Theron was going to jump into the circle and finish him. Another added. I almost did, Theron admitted from beside me, his hand finding mine. Watching him pin you. I've never been so terrified in my life. But you trusted me, I said softly. I did, even when every instinct screamed to intervene. His fingers tightened around mine. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. Thank you for letting me fight my own battle. You didn't just fight it. You won it. Decisively. Pride colored his tone. Every pack at that gathering saw what I've known since the moment I found you. That you're not just strong. You're extraordinary. Heat flooded my cheeks. I got lucky. Don't. He pulled our horses to a stop, forcing the column to halt. Don't diminish what you did. You faced your past, defeated the wolf who rejected you, and proved to everyone, including yourself, that you're exactly where you belong. That's not luck. That's strength. That's courage. That's you. The words settled into my chest like warmth spreading through cold bones. Okay, I whispered. I won't diminish it. Good. He leaned across the space between our horses and kissed me softly. Now let's get you home. I have plans for celebrating your victory properly. The heat in his eyes made my stomach flip. Kira, riding behind us, groaned loudly. Can you two save the mate bond intensity for when you're not holding up the entire column? Laughter rippled through the warriors. Theron grinned. Actually grinned, his usually serious face transformed by genuine joy. My second is right. Let's move. I want to reach Stormcrest by nightfall. We rode hard the rest of the day, covering ground quickly now that we weren't bound by ceremony or politics. The mountains grew larger with each mile, their snow-capped peaks glowing in the afternoon sun. Home. The word resonated through me with a rightness that made my wolf hum with contentment. We crossed into Stormcrest territory as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. And there, rising from the cliffs like it had been carved by the mountain itself, stood the keep. Torches blazed along the walls. I could see figures moving on the ramparts, wolves who'd spotted our approach. Then, cutting through the evening air, a howl rose. One voice, then another, then dozens, until the entire pack was singing their welcome home. The sound echoed off the mountains, primal and beautiful and ours. My wolf surged forward, answering with a howl of her own, pure and strong and filled with joy. Beside me, Theron shifted mid-stride, his massive wolf form racing ahead toward the keep. I didn't hesitate. I shifted too, my smaller wolf eating up the ground, running flat out toward home. The pack poured out to meet us. Warriors and healers, omegas and pups, every wolf of Stormcrest gathering to welcome their alpha and Luna home. When we reached them, the celebration was instantaneous. Wolves shifted, shouting greetings, demanding to hear the story. Someone thrust a cup of mead into my hand. Someone else started a fire in the courtyard. Nessa found me in the chaos, pulling me into a crushing hug. I heard what happened. The whole North is talking about how Luna of Stormcrest defeated her former mate in single combat. I'm so proud of you, child. Thank you. I hugged her back, surprised by the tears stinging my eyes. For everything. For healing me when Theron first brought me here. For believing I could be more than what I thought I was. Oh, girl. She pulled back, her amber eyes suspiciously bright. You were always more. You just needed time to remember it. The celebration continued long into the night. There was food and drink, stories and laughter, an atmosphere of pure joy that warmed me from the inside out. But eventually, Theron found me on the edge of the festivities, his hand sliding into mine. Ready to escape? He murmured. Please. He led me away from the crowd, up the familiar stairs to our chambers. The moment the door closed behind us, the noise of the celebration faded to a distant hum. Silence. Peace. Home. I moved to the window, looking out over the mountains, over the territory that was now mine to protect and cherish. What are you thinking? Theron asked, coming to stand behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist. That 3 months ago I was nobody. Rejected, exiled, dying in the forest. And now, I leaned back against his chest. Now I'm Luna of the most powerful pack in the north. Mated to an alpha who loves me. Surrounded by wolves who respect me. How did I get so lucky? Not lucky. Fated. He pressed a kiss to the mark on my shoulder. The moon goddess knew exactly what she was doing when she put you in my path. You really believe that? That she planned all of this? I believe that some bonds are too strong to be accidents. His arms tightened. I believe that you were meant to be here, with me leading this pack. And I believe that every hardship you endured was preparing you for this moment. I turned in his arms to face him. I love you. I don't think I say it enough. You show it every day. His hand cupped my cheek. In the way you lead. In the way you fight for this pack. In the way you look at me like I'm your entire world. You are my world. You and Stormcrest. This is the first place I've ever felt like I truly belonged. Good. He leaned down, his forehead resting against mine. Because you're stuck with us now. With me. Forever. Forever sounds perfect. He kissed me then, slow and deep and full of promise. And when he lifted me into his arms, again, and carried me to our bed, I went willingly, eagerly, ready to celebrate our victory in the most primal way possible. Outside, the pack's celebration continued. Inside, we created our own celebration. One that lasted through the night, that sealed our bond deeper, that reminded us both of everything we'd fought for. When I finally fell asleep, wrapped in Theron's arms, safe and warm and loved, my last thought was simple. Thank you. Thank you to the moon goddess for the rejection that led me here. Thank you to Theron for seeing my worth when I'd forgotten it. Thank you to Stormcrest for accepting me as their Luna. And thank you to the girl I used to be. The one who survived long enough to become the woman I was always. Dawn came softly, painting the mountains in shades of pink and gold. I woke alone, Theron's side of the bed already cold. For a moment, panic fluttered in my chest. Where was he? Then I heard it. Music, faint and beautiful, coming from outside. I wrapped myself in a fur and moved to the balcony. The courtyard below was filled with wolves, all of them looking up at something on the ramparts. I followed their gazes and found Theron standing there, backlit by the rising sun, holding something in his hands. A horn, ancient and carved from bone, etched with symbols I couldn't read from this distance. As I watched, he raised it to his lips and blew. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard, deep and resonant, echoing off the mountains, carrying for miles. It was a call, a declaration, a promise all wrapped into one haunting note. When it finally faded, Theron's voice rang out across the keep. Wolves of Stormcrest. 3 months ago, the moon goddess brought us a gift. A Luna strong enough to lead us, brave enough to fight for us, worthy enough to stand beside any alpha in the north. Today, we celebrate not just her victory over her past, but her future with us. Today and always she is ours, and we are hers. The pack erupted in howls. Hundreds of voices raised in affirmation, in joy, in absolute acceptance. Tears blurred my vision as I stood on the balcony, watching my pack claim me as theirs, watching my mate declare his love for the entire territory to hear. Theron turned, his silver eyes finding me across the distance, and the love in his expression was so fierce, so complete, it stole my breath. He crossed the courtyard and climbed the stairs to our chambers in seconds, bursting through the door and sweeping me into his arms. "Did you hear?" he asked breathlessly. I heard. I was laughing and crying at the same time. The entire mountain heard. "You just announced to everyone within 50 miles that you love me." "Good. Let them know. Let every pack in the north know that Luna of Stormcrest is claimed, cherished, and completely off limits." He kissed me fiercely. "You're mine, Sarah. Today, tomorrow, forever. And I want the world to know it." "I'm yours," I agreed. "But Theron." "Yes, you're mine too. Completely. Irrevocably. Forever." His smile was blinding. I wouldn't have it any other way. Below us, the pack continued to celebrate, their howls echoing off the mountains, carrying our story into legend. The rejected Omega who became Luna. The Alpha who chose love over politics. The bond that survived rejection, exile, and every challenge thrown at it. Our story. And it was only beginning. Chapter 15. Winter's Promise. The weeks that followed were the happiest of my life. Winter settled over Stormcrest in earnest, blanketing the mountains in snow so deep it transformed the landscape into a frozen kingdom. But inside the keep, warmth reigned. Fires burning in every hearth, wolves gathered in common rooms sharing stories, the constant hum of pack life wrapping around me like a familiar song. I threw myself into my role as Luna with everything I had. Mornings were spent training with the warriors, my skills improving daily under Kira's relentless instruction. Afternoons were dedicated to pack matters, settling disputes, welcoming new wolves who'd requested sanctuary, working with Theron to strengthen alliances with neighboring territories. And the evenings belonged to us. Theron and me, alone in our chambers, the bond between us growing stronger with each passing day. Some nights we talked for hours about pack business, about our pasts, about dreams for the future. Other nights we didn't talk at all, communicating in touches and sighs and the language only mates truly understand. I'd never felt so complete. One particularly cold afternoon, I was in the keep's library, a room I discovered shortly after becoming Luna and had quickly claimed as my sanctuary. Shelves of ancient texts reached to the vaulted ceiling, and a massive fireplace kept the space warm despite the howling wind outside. I was deep in a book about pack law, still learning the intricacies of my position, when Nessa found me. "There you are." She bustled in, carrying her healer's bag. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Is something wrong?" I set down the book, immediately alert. "Wrong? No." Her smile was mysterious. "But I need to examine you. Standard Luna checkup. We do them monthly to ensure you're healthy and handling the demands of your position." "Oh." I relaxed slightly. "Of course. What do you need me to do?" The examination was thorough but quick. Nessa checking my injuries from the challenge with Dax, now fully healed, assessing my general health, asking questions about how I'd been feeling. When she pressed her hand against my lower abdomen, something in her expression changed. "Sarah," she said slowly, "when was your last cycle?" The question caught me off guard. I don't know. Before the midwinter gathering? Maybe longer? Why? She was quiet for a long moment, her hand still pressed against my stomach, her eyes closed in concentration. When they opened, they were bright with emotion. "You're pregnant." The world stopped. "What?" The word came out as barely a whisper. You're carrying a pup. Maybe 6 weeks along, from what I can sense. Nessa's smile was radiant. Oh, child, this is wonderful news. Aluna's first pregnancy is always a blessing, but this is extraordinary. The pack will be overjoyed. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't process what she was saying. Pregnant. I was pregnant. With Theron's child. Are you sure? I managed. Completely certain. My abilities as a healer don't lie. She took my hands in hers. How do you feel about this? I know it's unexpected. I don't know. Tears blurred my vision. I don't know how I feel. Happy. Terrified. Both. That's perfectly normal. Nessa squeezed my hands gently. This is life-changing news. Take your time processing it. But Sarah, you're going to be an incredible mother. I have no doubt about that. After she left, I sat alone in the library for a long time, one hand pressed against my still flat stomach. A pup. A child. Theron's child. The magnitude of it crashed over me in waves. This wasn't just about us anymore. This was a life we'd created together, a future we'd build, a legacy that would outlive us both. A family. The word resonated through me with a rightness that made my wolf practically purr. I needed to tell Theron. I found him in the war room, bent over a map with Kira and several of the senior warriors, discussing patrol routes. Luna, Kira greeted, straightening. We were just finalizing. I need to speak with the Alpha, I interrupted. Alone. Please. Something in my tone made everyone's eyes widen. Theron looked up sharply, instantly alert to the shift in my emotions through the bond. Everyone out, he commanded, his eyes never leaving mine. The room cleared in seconds. The moment the door closed, Theron was in front of me, his hands on my shoulders. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Did something? I'm pregnant. The words fell between us like stones into still water. Theron froze, his silver eyes going wide. You're what? Pregnant. Nessa just confirmed it. About 6 weeks along. I searched his face desperately, trying to read his reaction. I know we didn't plan this. I know it's fast. We've only been mated for 2 months, but He kissed me. Hard and fierce and full of so much emotion I could taste it. Joy and wonder and fierce protectiveness all tangled together. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright. You're pregnant, he repeated, as if testing the words. We're going to have a pup. You're not upset. Upset. He laughed, a sound of pure, unrestrained happiness. Sarah, I'm ecstatic. Terrified, yes. But ecstatic. His hands moved to frame my face. You're carrying our child. Our future. How could I be anything but grateful? Relief flooded through me so powerfully my knees went weak. He caught me immediately, pulling me against his chest. I was so afraid you'd think it was too soon, I whispered against him. It's perfect timing. His hand moved to rest on my stomach, reverent and gentle. The moon goddess knew exactly what she was doing. She always does. We stood like that for a long moment, wrapped in each other, in the enormity of what was coming. Finally, Theron pulled back slightly. How are you feeling? Physically, I mean. Are you well? Do you need anything? Should you be resting? Gods, I should carry you back to our chambers. I laughed, the sound breaking through the emotional intensity. I'm fine. Healthy. Nessa said everything looks good. But Theron, I'm scared. Of what? Of being a mother. Of messing this up. Of not being good enough. Stop. He pressed his forehead against mine. You're going to be an amazing mother. You're strong, compassionate, fierce when needed and gentle when called for. Our pup will be lucky to have you. You really believe that? I know it. His conviction was absolute. And you won't be doing this alone. We're a team, remember? We face everything together. Together, I echoed, feeling the truth of it settle into my bones. Should we tell the pack? He asked. Or wait, I considered. Let's wait a little longer. Just until we're past the first trimester. I want to make sure everything's safe. Understanding flickered in his eyes. He knew what I was really saying, that I was afraid of losing this, of having happiness ripped away again. Whatever you want, he agreed. But Sarah, this pup is strong. I can feel it through our bond. They're a fighter, just like their mother. Tears spilled over despite my best efforts. How do you always know exactly what to say? Because I know you. He wiped my tears away gently. And I love you. More than I thought it was possible to love anyone. I love you too. I pressed my hand over his where it rested on my stomach. Both of you. His smile was blinding. Over the next few weeks, keeping the pregnancy secret proved harder than I'd anticipated. Nessa prescribed special teas that made me nauseous. My sense of smell heightened to the point where certain foods made me physically ill. And my emotions, gods, my emotions were everywhere. I cried at the smallest things, laughed at inappropriate moments, found myself overwhelmed by waves of affection for the pack that made no sense. Kira noticed first. We were sparring one morning when I had to suddenly stop, my hand pressed to my mouth, fighting the urge to be sick. "Okay, what's going on?" she demanded, lowering her training staff. "You've been weird for days. Emotional. Tired. Refusing certain foods." Her eyes widened. "Oh my gods. You're pregnant." I tried to deny it. "I don't know what." "Don't lie to me, Sarah. I've seen enough pregnant wolves to recognize the signs." She broke into a huge grin. "This is amazing. Does Theron know?" "Yes, but we're trying to keep it quiet for now. Your secret's safe with me." She pulled me into a careful hug. "Congratulations, Luna." Truly. After that, keeping it secret became impossible. Nessa had clearly told someone, who told someone else, and within days, the entire pack knew. But instead of being upset by the breach of privacy, I found myself overwhelmed by the response. Wolves I barely knew approached with congratulations. The Omegas started knitting tiny clothes. Warriors offered to increase patrols around the keep for extra security. Even the gruffest, most battle-hardened wolves softened when they looked at me, their eyes dropping to my stomach with something like awe. "The pack is thrilled," Theron murmured one evening as we watched from our balcony. Below, wolves were celebrating, not because of any particular occasion, just because they were happy. Luna's first pup is always significant, but this feels different. Like they've been waiting for this. Waiting for what? For proof that Stormcrest's future is secure. He pulled me against his chest, his hands resting protectively on my stomach. For hope. For a new beginning. "No pressure," I said dryly. He laughed. "You'll be fine. Better than fine. And in 6 months, when this pup arrives, the entire pack will rally around you. You won't have to do any of this alone." 6 months. The time frame felt impossibly long and terrifyingly short all at once. But as I stood there in Theron's arms, surrounded by the warmth of our pack, feeling the first faint flutter of life growing inside me, I realized something profound. This was what the moon goddess had been preparing me for all along. Not just to be Luna, not just to be strong, but to be the beginning of something new. A new generation, a new hope, a new story to tell my child one day, about the Omega who was rejected, who survived, who became Luna and brought new life into a pack that would love and protect them fiercely. "I'm ready," I whispered. "Ready for what?" Theron asked. "For all of it. The pregnancy, motherhood, whatever comes next." I turned in his arms to face him. "Because you're right. We're a team. And together, we can handle anything." His kiss was soft and sweet and full of promise. "Yes," he murmured against my lips. "We can." And for the first time since Nessa's revelation, I believed it. Chapter 16. Shadows and Threats. The attack came on the night of the new moon. I was 6 months along, my stomach round and heavy with the pup that kicked constantly now. Strong and active, just as Theron had predicted. The pregnancy had been easier than I'd feared, despite the early nausea and exhaustion. Nessa said I was glowing, that I carried the pregnancy like I'd been born for it. I'd finally started to relax. To believe that maybe, just maybe, nothing would go wrong. I should have known better. The alarm bells shattered the peaceful night, their clanging urgent and terrifying. I jolted awake, instinctively wrapping my arms around my stomach. Theron was already out of bed, pulling on clothes with lethal efficiency. "Stay here," he commanded, his voice hard with alpha authority. "Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me or Kira." "What's happening?" "Rogues. A large pack, from the sound of it." He was at the door already, pausing only to look back at me. "Promise me you'll stay here. Promise me you'll keep our pup safe." "I promise." He was gone in a heartbeat, the door slamming behind him. I sat in the sudden silence, my heart pounding, every protective instinct screaming. Below, I could hear shouting, the clash of weapons, the snarls of wolves in combat. "Stay here," Theron had said. "Keep our pup safe." I paced the room, one hand on my stomach, feeling the pup's movements. Agitated now, sensing my fear through whatever mysterious connection bound us. Minutes crawled by like hours. The sounds of battle grew closer. Louder. Then I heard it. A crash from somewhere in the keep. Breaking glass. Screams. They'd breached the walls. My wolf surged forward, desperate to shift, to fight, to protect our territory. But I couldn't. Not 6 months pregnant. Not with the pup to think about. Hide, my instincts screamed. Protect the pup. I moved toward the hidden door in the wall. A passage Theron had shown me weeks ago, for emergencies exactly like this. My fingers found the catch. The door to our chambers exploded inward. 3 rogues burst through, their eyes wild, their forms half-shifted and grotesque. The stench of madness rolled off them in waves. "Well, well," the largest one said, his voice distorted by his partial shift. "The Luna herself. And carrying a pup, from the looks of it. These weren't ordinary rogues. They were organized, focused, speaking with purpose. This wasn't a random attack. This was an assassination. Stay back," I warned, my voice steadier than I felt. "You don't want to do this." "Oh, but we do." The rogue grinned, showing too many teeth. "Someone paid us very well to make sure Stormcrest's future dies tonight. Along with its Luna. Someone paid them. This wasn't random. Someone wanted me dead. Wanted our pup dead." The rogue lunged. Instinct took over. I couldn't shift, couldn't fight like I normally would. But I could move. I dodged his first strike, using my smaller size, even pregnant, to my advantage. My hand found a candlestick on the dresser. Heavy brass that I swung with desperate strength. It connected with his skull with a satisfying crack. He went down, but the other 2 were already moving. I backed toward the balcony, my mind racing. I couldn't fight them both. Not like this. Not without risking the pup. The bond. I reached out through it, screaming Theron's name with everything I had. "Help. Theron. Our chambers. Please." One of the rogues grabbed my arm, claws digging into flesh. Pain exploded up my shoulder. I kicked out, catching him in the knee, but he didn't let go. The 3rd rogue circled behind me, cutting off escape. "Nothing personal, Luna," the one holding me said. "Just business." His claws rose toward my stomach. And then the world erupted. Theron came through the balcony like a force of nature, his massive wolf form barely fitting through the opening. His roar shook the very walls of the keep. The rogue holding me released me immediately, backing away in primal fear. But Theron gave him no chance to run. What followed was brutal, swift, absolute. Theron tore through the rogues like they were made of paper, his fury a living thing. Within seconds, all 3 lay dead or dying on the floor of our chambers. Then he shifted, his human form trembling with barely contained rage, and he was pulling me into his arms, his hands roaming over me frantically, checking for injuries. "Are you hurt? Did they, the pup? Gods, Sarah, tell me." "We're okay." My voice shook. "Scared, but okay." "Theron, they said someone paid them. This wasn't random. Someone wants us dead." His expression went absolutely murderous. Kira burst through the broken door, her sword still drawn, blood spattering her armor. "Alpha, the rogues are routed." She saw the bodies, saw me clutched in Theron's arms, and her face went white. "Luna, are you?" "She's fine. The pup's fine." Theron's voice was cold as winter. "But someone sent assassins into my keep. Into my chambers. After my pregnant mate." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Who?" Kira's voice was deadly quiet. "That's what we're going to find out." Theron carefully guided me to sit on the bed, his hands gentle despite the rage rolling off him in waves. "Sarah, I need you to tell me everything." Every word they said. I recounted it as best I could. The way they'd spoken, the mention of payment, the deliberate targeting. When I finished, Theron and Kira exchanged a loaded look. "You think it's Ashwood?" I said. It wasn't a question. "It's the most logical explanation," Kira said grimly. "After your victory at the Midwinter Gathering, after publicly defeating Dax and humiliating their pack, they have motive. But would they really?" I couldn't finish the thought. Would they really try to kill me? To kill an unborn pup? "I don't know," Theron admitted. "But I'm going to find out. And if Ashwood is behind this," his eyes flashed silver, "there will be consequences." Over the next few days, Stormcrest transformed into a fortress. Patrols doubled. Guards were posted outside our chambers around the clock. No one entered the keep without being thoroughly vetted. And Theron barely left my side, his protectiveness reaching levels that would have been suffocating if I didn't understand the fear driving it. He'd almost lost us. Almost lost our pup. The thought haunted him. I could see it in his eyes every time he looked at me. Every time his hand drifted to my stomach to feel the pup kick, reassuring himself we were still alive. Investigations were launched immediately. The surviving rogue was interrogated brutally, from what I heard, and revealed little except that they'd been hired by someone using an intermediary. No names. No direct contact. Just gold and instructions to kill the Luna of Stormcrest before she could give birth. Cowards. Kira spat when she reported the findings. Whoever orchestrated this covered their tracks well. But we have suspicions, Theron said darkly. A week after the attack, a message arrived from Ashwood. Alpha Marcus was requesting a meeting, in neutral territory, to discuss recent concerning events and ensure there were no misunderstandings between the packs. I read the letter over Theron's shoulder, my stomach churning. It's a trap, I said immediately. Maybe. Or maybe they're worried we'll retaliate and want to deny involvement before we act. Theron set the letter down. Either way, we need answers. If Ashwood was behind this attack, I need to know. We all need to know. So we're going. I'm going. You're staying here where it's safe. Theron. No. His tone left no room for argument. You're 6 months pregnant, Sarah. Someone just tried to kill you. I'm not bringing you anywhere near potential danger. Then take warriors. Take Kira. I won't. He pulled me into his arms, careful of my swollen stomach. But I need you safe. Need to know that you and our pup are protected behind these walls while I deal with this. I wanted to argue, wanted to insist on coming with him. But the pup kicked hard against my ribs, as if reminding me of what was at stake. Fine, I relented. But you come back to us. Promise me. I promise. He kissed me, soft and lingering. Nothing will keep me from coming back to you. 3 days later, he rode out with Kira and 20 of our best warriors, heading toward the neutral meeting ground between Stormcrest and Ashwood territories. I watched from the ramparts until they disappeared into the forest, one hand pressed to my stomach, my wolf howling with unease. Be safe, I sent through the bond. Please be safe. His response came back warm and certain, always. For you and our pup, always. But as I turned back toward the keep, something cold settled in my chest. A premonition, maybe. Or just fear. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to change. That the fragile peace we built was about to shatter. And that before this was over, I would have to make a choice that would define not just my future, but the future of our entire pack. Chapter 17. The Betrayal Revealed. Theron had been gone for 2 days when the second attack came. This time, there was no warning. No alarm bells. Just the sudden, sickening sensation of wrongness that jolted me awake in the dead of night. Something was wrong with the bond. I sat up in bed, one hand pressed to my chest where the mark burned with an intensity that stole my breath. Through our connection, I felt Theron's emotions, rage, betrayal, and underneath it all, a terrible, aching grief. What happened? I reached for him through the bond, but the distance was too great. I could only feel echoes, fragments of whatever had transpired at that meeting. Then the door burst open. Not rogues this time. Nessa, her face pale, her healer's calm shattered. Luna, you need to come. Now. What's wrong? Is it Theron? Is he? He's alive. But there's been. Luna, please. Just come with me. I threw on a robe, my heart hammering, and followed her down to the great hall. It was packed with wolves, warriors, omegas, everyone who called Stormcrest home. They parted as I entered, their expressions grave, and at the far end I saw them. Theron, Kira, and several warriors, their clothes torn and bloodied. But something was wrong. The way they stood, the devastation on their faces. Theron. I moved toward him as quickly as my pregnant body would allow. What happened? Are you hurt? He looked up, and the anguish in his silver eyes nearly dropped me to my knees. It was a trap, he said hoarsely, but not the one we expected. Kira stepped forward, her jaw tight. The meeting was legitimate. Alpha Marcus came in good faith, with his counsel. He swore on the moon goddess herself that Ashwood had nothing to do with the assassination attempt, that he'd been investigating it himself and wanted to share information. And you believed him? We had no reason not to, Theron said. Until he showed us proof. Proof of what? Silence fell, heavy and terrible. Finally, Kira spoke. The attack wasn't ordered by Ashwood, Sarah. It was ordered by someone from within Stormcrest. The world tilted. That's impossible. Who would? Garrett. Theron's voice was dead. My uncle. My father's brother. He hired the rogues. He orchestrated the entire attack. I staggered back, one hand instinctively going to my stomach. Garrett. The wolf who'd helped train me, who'd welcomed me as Luna, who'd stood beside Theron at every pack gathering. Why? The word came out broken. Because he believed he should have been alpha when my father died. Theron's hands clenched into fists. Because he thinks I'm weak for taking an Omega mate. Because he wants to destroy our bloodline before it can strengthen my claim to leadership. Where is he now? Gone. Kira's expression was murderous. By the time we returned, he'd fled. Took 3 of his most loyal wolves with him. So he's just out there? Free to try again. Not for long. Theron's eyes blazed. I've sent hunting parties after him. He won't get far. But even as he said it, I could see the weight of betrayal crushing him. His uncle. Family. Someone he'd trusted implicitly. I crossed the distance between us and took his hands in mine. This isn't your fault. I should have seen it. Should have known. No one could have known. I squeezed his hands. He hid his treachery well. But Theron, we're alive. Our pup is alive. That's what matters. For now. His voice dropped low. But as long as Garrett lives, you're in danger. The pup is in danger. I can't, he broke off, pulling me into his arms. I can't lose you, Sarah. I can't. You won't. I held him as tightly as my stomach would allow. We're going to get through this. Together. Like we always do. Around us, the pack murmured in agreement. I could feel their support, their determination to protect their Luna, and the future alpha growing inside me. What do we do now? I asked quietly. Theron pulled back, his expression hardening into something cold and calculating. Now we hunt. We find Garrett and anyone who helped him. And we make it very clear what happens to those who betray Stormcrest. Alpha, one of the younger warriors called out. We've just received word. Garrett was spotted heading east, toward the Shadowpine territory. Shadowpine. Kira's eyes widened. That's Alpha Vance's territory. And Vance has never been friendly toward Stormcrest. Which makes it the perfect place for Garrett to hide, Theron said grimly. Or to gather allies for another attempt. A terrible thought occurred to me. What if this was never just about killing me? What if Garrett plans to challenge you for leadership? The silence that followed confirmed my suspicions. If he brings enough wolves to his cause, Kira said slowly, if he convinces other packs that Theron is unfit to lead because he made it an Omega, he could invoke the right of challenge. Force a leadership fight. Let him try. Theron's voice was pure steel. I didn't become alpha of Stormcrest by being weak. If Garrett wants my position, he'll have to take it from my corpse. Or mine, I said quietly. Everyone turned to stare at me. Sarah, no, Theron began. Think about it. I stepped forward, addressing the entire pack. Garrett's entire argument is that I'm too weak to be Luna. That an Omega can't produce strong heirs. That our pup will weaken Stormcrest's bloodline. I place both hands on my swollen stomach. So we prove him wrong. When this pup is born, when the pack sees that our child is strong and healthy and blessed by the moon goddess, his argument falls apart. That's months away, Kira protested. We need to act now. Then we act now, but strategically. I looked at Theron. Send word to every pack in the north. Tell them what Garrett did. Make it known that he tried to murder a pregnant Luna and an unborn pup. Turn the other packs against him before he can gather support. Theron studied me, something like awe flickering in his expression. You want to destroy his reputation before he can challenge. I want to make it impossible for him to find allies. I lifted my chin. Politics can be as effective as claws if used correctly. A slow smile spread across Theron's face. My brilliant, strategic Luna. So we're doing this? Kira asked. We're doing this. Theron turned to the assembled pack. Kira, send ravens to every alpha in the Northern Territories. Tell them exactly what happened. Make sure they know that Garrett of Stormcrest is an oath breaker, a traitor, and an attempted child killer. Anyone who shelters him will be considered an enemy of Stormcrest. And the hunting parties? One of the warriors asked. Continue the search. But don't engage if you find him. I want to know where he is, who he's with, what he's planning. Theron's eyes glinted dangerously. Let him think he's safe. Let him gather his pathetic coalition. And then, when the time is right, we strike. The pack erupted in howls of approval. As the wolves dispersed to carry out their orders, Theron pulled me aside, his hand resting gently on my stomach. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. Painting a target on ourselves, waiting for him to make his move? I'm sure. I covered his hand with mine. Because I'm tired of being afraid. Tired of hiding. Tired of letting others determine our fate. I met his eyes. We're going to end this, Theron. And when we do, no one will ever question whether I'm strong enough to be Luna of Stormcrest. They already don't. His voice was fierce with pride. But I understand. You need to prove it to yourself. Maybe. I smiled slightly. Or maybe I just need to show Garrett exactly what happens when you threaten a mother's pup. Theron laughed, a real laugh, despite everything. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Luna. Too late. You're stuck with me forever, remember? Best decision I ever made. He kissed me then, soft and sweet and full of promise. And despite the danger, despite the betrayal, despite everything uncertain about our future, I felt hope. Because we were together. Because we had a pack that would die to protect us. And because Garrett had made one critical mistake. He'd underestimated the Omega-turned Luna. Let him come, I thought fiercely, my hand on my stomach where our pup kicked strong and steady. Let him challenge. Let him bring whatever pathetic army he's assembled. We'll be ready. 3 weeks passed in tense preparation. Ravens flew back and forth across the territories, carrying our message far and wide. The response was overwhelming. Pack after pack pledged their support to Stormcrest, denouncing Garrett's actions, promising that any wolf who followed him would find no sanctuary in their lands. Even Ashwood sent a message. From Alpha Marcus himself, expressing his disgust at Garrett's betrayal and offering Stormcrest any assistance needed. Public opinion is on our side, Kira reported during one of our War Council meetings. Garrett won't find the allies he needs. He's isolated, which makes him more dangerous, Theron countered. Desperate wolves make stupid choices. Or bold ones, I added quietly. As if summoned by our words, a scout burst into the hall, breathless. Alpha, we've spotted Garrett. He's camped at the border between Stormcrest and Shadowpine territory, with maybe 30 wolves. The scout's eyes were bright with urgency. And Alpha, he sent a challenge. Formal combat for leadership of Stormcrest. Tonight, at moonrise. The hall erupted in chaos. Theron's face went hard as stone. How many witnesses? He's demanded the challenge happen in the presence of the Northern Council. Elder Moraine and 2 other elders are already en route. He planned this carefully, Kira said, waiting until he had council witnesses, making sure it would be legally binding. It doesn't matter. Theron stood, power radiating from him. I accept his challenge. And when the moon rises tonight, I'll end this. Theron, I began. No. He turned to me, his expression softening slightly. This is what has to happen, Sarah. It's the only way to end this threat permanently. Once I defeat him in formal combat, no wolf will ever question my right to lead. Or your right to be Luna. What if something goes wrong? It won't. He crossed to me, kneeling so we were eye level, his hands gentle on my swollen stomach. I promise you I will win. I will come back to you and our pup, and then we'll live the rest of our lives in peace. Through the bond, I felt his absolute certainty, his confidence, his love. Okay, I whispered, but I'm coming with you. I want to be there. Sarah, you're 8 months pregnant, and I'm Luna of Stormcrest. If my mate is fighting for his life, for our future, I will be there to witness it. My voice hardened. Besides, I want Garrett to see me. Want him to see that his attempt to destroy me failed. That I'm still here, still standing, still carrying the future alpha of this pack. Theron studied me for a long moment, then nodded. All right, but you stay back from the combat circle. Promise me. I promise. He stood, addressing the entire hall. Stormcrest, tonight, we end the threat that has plagued us. Tonight, we show the North what happens to those who betray the pack. Tonight, we fight for our future. The pack's roar shook the rafters. And as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, as we prepared for the battle that would determine everything, I placed both hands on my stomach and whispered to the life growing inside me. Your father is the strongest wolf I've ever known. And tonight, he's going to prove it to everyone. Just stay safe in there, little one. Just a little while longer. The pup kicked in response, strong, steady, alive. We're going to be okay, I told myself. We have to be. But as moonrise approached, as we rode out toward the place where Theron would fight for everything we'd built, I couldn't shake the cold knot of fear in my stomach. The premonition that had haunted me since the first attack. The feeling that before this night ended, everything would change. One way or another. Chapter 18, The Alpha's Trial. The combat ground was ancient. A natural clearing ringed by standing stones that had witnessed countless challenges over the centuries. Torches burned at intervals, their flames dancing in the cold night wind, casting flickering shadows across the assembled wolves. Hundreds had come to witness this. Not just Stormcrest, but representatives from every major pack in the north. The Northern Council sat in judgment on a raised platform. Elder Moraine flanked by two other ancient wolves, their expressions grave and unreadable. And in the center of it all, waiting with barely contained fury, stood Garrett. He looked different than I remembered. Wilder, his eyes holding the gleam of madness or desperation. The wolves surrounding him were rough, scarred, the kind who'd been cast out or rejected by their own packs. 30 against Stormcrest's hundreds, but if Garrett won this challenge, pack law said leadership would transfer to him regardless. My stomach churned with anxiety as Theron helped me from the carriage. At 8 months pregnant, every movement was awkward, my balance uncertain. But I refused to be left behind. "Stay with Kira," Theron murmured, guiding me toward where his second waited with our most trusted warriors. "No matter what happens, stay behind the barrier." "Theron," he kissed me, quick and fierce. "I love you. Both of you. Remember that." Then he was striding toward the center of the clearing, power rolling off him in waves. Every wolf present felt it. The unmistakable authority of an alpha in his prime, defending what was his. Elder Moraine's voice rang out across the assembled wolves. "We gather under the moon goddess's light to witness a challenge for leadership of Stormcrest Pack. Garrett, brother to the late Alpha Rowan, has invoked his right to challenge current Alpha Theron for the position of pack leader." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "The rules are ancient and binding," Moraine continued. "Combat will be in wolf form. First to submit or die loses. The victor claims leadership of Stormcrest and all that entails. Do both parties understand and accept these terms?" "I accept," Theron said, his voice carrying clearly. "I accept," Garrett echoed, a twisted smile on his face. "Then let the moon goddess judge who is worthy." Moraine struck her staff against the ground 3 times. "Begin." Both wolves shifted simultaneously. Theron's transformation was fluid, powerful. His massive storm gray wolf emerging with the grace of centuries of alpha bloodline. He was enormous, easily the largest wolf in the clearing, his silver eyes glowing with barely contained fury. Garrett's shift was messier, more violent, resulting in a wolf nearly as large but leaner, meaner, with fur the color of dried blood and eyes that held no sanity. They circled each other, silent, assessing. Then Garrett lunged. The collision was brutal. They met in the center of the circle with a crack that echoed off the stones. Teeth and claws, snarls and blood. They moved with vicious speed, each seeking the killing blow. I couldn't breathe, couldn't look away. My hand pressed against my stomach, feeling the pup kick in agitation, sensing my terror through whatever connection bound us. "He's got this," Kira murmured beside me, though her knuckles were white where she gripped her sword hilt. "Theron's stronger, faster. But Garrett's desperate," I whispered. "And desperate wolves fight dirty." As if to prove my point, Garrett suddenly broke from the grapple and went low, aiming not for Theron but for his legs, trying to cripple rather than kill. Theron dodged, but not quite fast enough. Garrett's teeth caught his hind leg, tearing through muscle. My heart stopped. Theron stumbled, his weight shifting awkwardly, and Garrett pressed his advantage. He drove forward, claws raking across Theron's flank, teeth seeking his throat. The crowd gasped. Several Stormcrest wolves moved forward instinctively, but Kira's command stopped them. "No one interferes. It's pack law." Through the bond, I felt Theron's pain, his determination. But underneath it, something else, calculation. He was letting Garrett think he had the advantage. Clever, I thought desperately, but dangerous. Garrett drove Theron back toward the edge of the circle, his attacks relentless. Blood matted both their fur now, dark and glistening in the torchlight. Then Garrett made his mistake. Overconfident, he lunged for the final killing blow, jaws wide, aiming for Theron's exposed throat. Theron moved. Faster than should have been possible for his size, he twisted, using Garrett's momentum against him. His jaws locked around Garrett's neck. Not the throat, but lower, where the shoulder met the spine. A submission hold, not a kill. Garrett thrashed wildly, trying to break free, but Theron's grip was iron. He bore down, forcing Garrett to the ground, pinning him with sheer power and weight. "Submit." Theron's growl was audible even in wolf form, distorted but clear. "Submit or die." Garrett's struggles grew weaker. Desperate. His eyes rolled wildly, seeking escape that didn't exist. The crowd held its collective breath. "Submit." Theron's command echoed across the clearing. For a long, terrible moment, I thought Garrett would choose death over dishonor. Then, finally, a high-pitched whine emerged from his throat, the universal sign of submission. Theron held him a moment longer, making absolutely certain the surrender was genuine, then released him and stepped back. Both wolves shifted back to human form. Garrett lay on the ground, naked and bloodied, gasping for air. Theron stood over him, equally bloodied but victorious, power radiating from every line of his body. Elder Moraine rose. The challenge is concluded. Alpha Theron of Stormcrest is victorious. Leadership remains his, as judged by the moon goddess herself. The Stormcrest wolves erupted in howls of celebration. But Theron wasn't finished. Garrett, his voice cut through the noise like a blade. You are hereby exiled from Stormcrest territory. If you or any wolf loyal to you is found within our borders, you will be killed on sight. Your name will be struck from our records. Your bloodline dissolved. You are packless, honorless nothing. The harshness of the sentence made several wolves gasp. To be declared packless was a fate worse than death for most wolves. To belong nowhere, to be rejected by the moon goddess herself. Garrett's face contorted with rage and despair. You can't. I can and I have. Theron's silver eyes blazed. You tried to murder my pregnant mate. You tried to kill my unborn child. You betrayed the pack that raised you, the family that loved you. There is no punishment severe enough for what you've done, but exile will have to suffice. He turned to the council. Is this sentence acceptable under pack law? Elder Moraine's expression was granite. Given the crimes committed, the sentence of exile is not only acceptable but merciful. Let it be witnessed and recorded. Then it's done. Theron gestured to his warriors. Remove him from Stormcrest lands. Make sure the other packs know he's fair game for any who wish to hunt him. As Garrett was dragged away, still sputtering threats and curses, I finally allowed myself to breathe. It was over. The threat was ended. My legs went weak with relief, and only Kira's quick reflexes kept me from collapsing. Luna, she called out, and suddenly Theron was there, his injuries forgotten, his arms catching me. Sarah, what's wrong? Is it the pup? I'm fine, I gasped. Just relief. And exhaustion. And a strange sensation rippled through my belly, like something shifting. Oh! Theron's eyes went wide. Oh! What does oh mean? I think. Another sensation, stronger this time, accompanied by a trickle of warmth down my legs. I think the pup is coming. Silence crashed down. Then chaos. Nessa, Kira was shouting. We need the healer now. Get her to the carriage. No time, the keep's too far. Someone find a clean space. Through it all, Theron's voice cut clear and commanding. Everyone calmed down. We planned for this possibility. His eyes found Kira. The backup preparations we discussed? Already on it. She was barking orders, and wolves scattered in all directions. Another contraction hit, stronger than the last, and I doubled over with a gasp. Breathe, Theron murmured, supporting my weight easily despite his injuries. Just breathe, love. We've got you. Your leg, you're hurt. I don't care. His voice was fierce. All that matters is you and the pup. Everything else can wait. Nessa appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, her healer's bag already in hand. We're using the council building. It's clean, warm, and private. Can you walk, Luna? I can try. With Theron on one side and Nessa on the other, we made our way toward the stone building adjacent to the combat ground. Each step was agony, contractions coming faster now, my body preparing for what was coming. Not ideal timing, I thought through the pain. But then again, when has anything in my life been ideal? You're doing great, Theron kept murmuring. So strong, so brave. Just a little further. We made it inside just as another massive contraction hit. Nessa had me laid out on a hastily prepared bed of furs, her hands already examining, assessing. The pup is coming fast, she announced. This won't be a long labor. Is that good or bad? I gasped. For first births? Usually good. Means the pup is strong, eager. She smiled despite the tension. Just like their parents. The next hours blurred into an endless cycle of pain and pressure, of Theron's steady presence beside me, of Nessa's calm voice guiding me through each contraction. Outside, I could hear the pack gathering, waiting. Hundreds of wolves keeping vigil while their Luna brought the next generation into the world. I can't. I gasped during a particularly brutal contraction. It's too much. Yes, you can. Theron's voice was absolute certainty. You survived rejection. survived exile, survived assassination attempts and betrayal. You can survive this. This is different. This is easier, he corrected. Because this time, you're not just surviving. You're creating. You're bringing our child into the world. And I have never been more in awe of you than I am right now. The love in his eyes, the absolute faith, gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. One more push, Nessa said. Come on, Luna. One more, and you'll meet your pup. I bore down with everything I had, screaming with effort, with pain, with the sheer overwhelming force of bringing life into the world. And then, a cry, high and strong and absolutely perfect. It's a girl, Nessa breathed, her voice thick with emotion. A beautiful, healthy girl. Tears streamed down my face as Nessa cleaned the pup and laid her on my chest. She was tiny, perfect, with a shock of dark hair and eyes that would be silver, I knew somehow. She'd already shifted once, Nessa said, a good sign, showing strength. Hello, little one, I whispered, my voice breaking. Hello, precious girl. Theron's hand shook as he reached out to touch her tiny fist. When her fingers wrapped around one of his expression crumbled into pure, unfiltered joy. She's perfect, he said hoarsely. Sarah, she's absolutely perfect. What should we name her? I asked softly. He was quiet for a moment, his eyes never leaving our daughter's face. Luna, he finally said. Luna Moira. After my mother. After the strongest wolf I ever knew. Until you. I smiled through my tears. Luna Moira Stormcrest. It's perfect. Outside, as if sensing the birth, the pack began to howl. A celebration that would echo across the territories, announcing to the entire north that Stormcrest had a new heir. That the Omega-turned Luna had given birth to the future of their pack. That against all odds, despite every challenge, we had not just survived, we had thrived. And as I held my daughter close, with Theron beside me and the pack's howls surrounding us, I finally understood what the moon goddess had been preparing me for all along. Not just to be Luna, not just to be strong, but to be the beginning of a new legacy. A legacy of strength born from rejection, of power forged from pain, of a family built on love that refused to break. This was what the moon goddess had seen when she brought me to Theron. This moment. This perfect, impossible, beautiful moment. And I had never been more grateful for every hardship that led me here. Chapter 19. Echoes from Ashwood. Luna Moira was 3 months old when the letter arrived. I was in the nursery, watching her sleep in the cradle Theron had carved himself. Intricate wolves running along the sides, protective runes etched into every corner. She was growing fast, already showing signs of the alpha strength that ran through her bloodline. Her eyes had settled into the same molten silver as her father's, and when she smiled, the entire pack seemed to melt. She was our miracle, our joy, our future. The knock at the door was soft, hesitant. Come in, I called quietly, not wanting to wake the pup. Kira entered, her expression troubled. In her hand, she carried a letter sealed with green wax, Ashwood's colors. My stomach immediately knotted. It arrived by courier this morning, Kira said, handing it to me. Addressed to you specifically. I took it with trembling fingers, studying the seal. Not Alpha Marcus's personal sigil. Something else. Something familiar. I broke the wax and unfolded the parchment. The handwriting made my breath catch. Sarah, I know I have no right to write to you. No right to ask anything of you after what I did. But I'm desperate, and you're the only one who might help. My father is dying. The healers say he has weeks, maybe days. Before he passes, he wants to make amends for how he treated you. He wants to formally apologize, to publicly acknowledge the wrong he did. He's asked me to request your presence. Not as a command. He knows he has no authority over you anymore. But as a plea from a dying wolf who regrets his actions. I understand if you refuse. I wouldn't blame you. But if there's any compassion left in your heart, any forgiveness, please consider coming. If not for him, then for me. I need to see you one last time. To tell you in person how sorry I am. To see with my own eyes that you're happy, that you're thriving, that rejecting you was the biggest mistake of my life. Please, Sarah. I'm begging you. Dax. I read it twice, my hands shaking, emotions warring inside me. Anger, pity, confusion, and underneath it all, a strange sort of closure pulling at me. Well, Kira asked quietly. What does it say? I handed her the letter. She read it quickly, her expression darkening. You're not seriously considering this. I don't know. I moved to the cradle, looking down at my sleeping daughter. Part of me wants to ignore it. To let Marcus die with his guilt. To never see Dax or Ashwood again. And the other part remembers what it's like to carry regret. To wish you could undo your mistakes. I touched Luna's soft hair gently. I'm not the same wolf I was when I left Ashwood. I'm stronger now. Happier. And maybe I need this closure as much as they do. Theron won't like it. No, I agreed. He definitely won't. I was right. When I showed Theron the letter that evening, his reaction was immediate and explosive. Absolutely not. He crumpled the parchment in his fist. You're not going back there. Not now, not ever. Theron. He had his chance to apologize, Sarah. Multiple chances. He could have sent this letter months ago, years ago. But he waited until he was dying, until it was convenient for him. His eyes blazed. This is manipulation, plain and simple. Maybe. Or maybe it's genuine regret. I don't care if it's genuine. He tossed the letter aside. You don't owe him anything. Not forgiveness, not your presence, not even your pity. I know I don't owe him. I kept my voice calm, reasonable. But I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing it for me. That made him pause. What do you mean? I mean that for 3 years I carried the weight of that rejection. The shame of being thrown away. The fear that maybe they were right, that I really was worthless. I moved closer, placing my hand on his chest. But I'm not that wolf anymore. And I need them to see it. Need to walk into Ashwood as Luna of Stormcrest, as your mate, as the mother of your child, and show them exactly what they lost. Understanding flickered in his eyes, followed quickly by concern. This isn't about revenge? No, it's about closure. I held his gaze. I need to go back one last time to face them as who I am now, and then leave it behind forever. Can you understand that? He was quiet for a long moment, his jaw working. Finally, he sighed. I understand, but I don't like it. You don't have to like it. You just have to trust me. I do trust you. His hands came up to frame my face. I trust you completely. It's them I don't trust. What if this is a trap? What if they try something? Then you'll be there to protect me. I smiled slightly. Because obviously, I'm not going alone. Relief washed over his expression. Damn right you're not. I'm coming, Kira's coming, and we're bringing enough warriors to level Ashwood if they so much as look at you wrong. That might be overkill. There's no such thing as overkill when it comes to your safety. He pulled me into his arms. Besides, I want to be there when they see what you've become. Want to watch their faces when they realize what they threw away. Vindictive. I murmured against his chest. Absolutely. I could hear the smile in his voice. Now, let's discuss logistics. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. We left for Ashwood a week later. Luna Moira came with us, of course. I refused to be separated from her for that long, and besides, I wanted Ashwood to see her. To see the strong, healthy pup I'd carried. The future alpha who'd inherited the best of both bloodlines. The journey felt surreal. The same roads I'd traveled in exile, broken and bleeding, I now rode as Luna, surrounded by warriors, my mate beside me, my daughter in my arms. Everything had changed. As we crossed into Ashwood territory, memories assaulted me, some painful, some bittersweet. The training grounds where I'd struggled. The Omega quarters where I'd lived. The great hall where I'd been rejected. You okay? Theron asked softly. Yeah, and surprisingly, I was. The memories held no power over me anymore. They were just echoes of a life that no longer existed. I'm okay. The Ashwood wolves who met us at the border looked shocked to see me. One of them, a warrior named Finn who'd been cruel to me when I lived here, actually dropped to one knee. Luna Sarah, he said, his voice filled with something that might have been shame. Welcome to Ashwood. Alpha Marcus awaits you in the Great Hall. Rise, Finn. My voice was calm, measured. We're here in peace. He stood, but kept his eyes downcast. The other guards did the same, their respect so different from the contempt I'd once faced. Look at them, my wolf purred. They know what we are now. We rode through the territory in silence, wolves emerging from buildings to watch our procession. I saw recognition in their faces, followed by shock, awe, and in some cases regret. Let them look, I thought. Let them see. The great hall loomed ahead, imposing, unchanged, full of ghosts. Alpha Marcus waited on the steps, supported by 2 healers. He looked ancient, wasted by whatever illness consumed him. His skin had a gray pallor, and his hands trembled where they gripped his walking stick. Beside him stood Dax. Our eyes met across the courtyard, and I saw it immediately. The devastation in his expression, the way his gaze moved from me to Theron to the pup in my arms, taking in everything he'd lost. Theron dismounted first, then helped me down, his hand never leaving the small of my back. A possessive gesture that every wolf present would recognize. Alpha Theron. Luna Sarah. Marcus's voice was weak but sincere. Thank you for coming. I know I had no right to ask. You didn't. Theron's tone was cold. But my mate is more gracious than you deserve. Marcus flinched but nodded. Fair. May we speak inside? I don't have the strength to stand much longer. We followed them into the great hall. The same hall where I'd been rejected. But walking in as Luna, with Theron beside me and Luna Moira in my arms, it felt different. Smaller somehow. Less important. Marcus settled into his chair with visible effort. Up close, I could see how death had already claimed him. It was just taking its time. Sarah, he began, and his voice broke. I owe you an apology that words cannot adequately express. What I did, allowing your mate bond to be rejected, exiling you without proper rights, throwing you into danger. It was unconscionable. Cruel. Wrong. I said nothing, just watched him waiting. I was a coward, he continued. I cared more about tradition, about appearances, about what other packs would think than about doing what was right. And a young woman nearly died because of my cowardice. Tears tracked down his weathered face. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I just needed you to know that I see my mistake now. That if I could undo it, I would. That you were never the problem, we were. Silence stretched through the hall. Finally, I spoke. You're right. You don't deserve forgiveness. Marcus's face crumpled. But I'm going to give it to you anyway. Not because you've earned it, but because I refuse to carry the weight of your guilt anymore. I forgive you, Alpha Marcus. And I hope you find peace before the end. His sob was audible. Thank you. Thank you, child. I'm not a child. My voice was gentle but firm. I'm Luna of Stormcrest. And that's the last gift you'll ever receive from me. The knowledge that despite everything you did, I survived. I thrived. I became everything you said I couldn't be. I stood, preparing to leave, but Dax stepped forward. Sarah, please. Can I speak with you? Alone. Just for a moment. Theron growled low in his chest, but I placed a hand on his arm. It's okay. I can handle this. I'll be right outside, Theron said, his eyes promising violence if Dax tried anything. Scream if you need me. He left, taking Luna Moira with him. And suddenly I was alone with Dax in the hall where he'd destroyed me. You look incredible, he said softly. Happy. Strong. Everything I was too stupid to see before. Thank you. And your pup, she's beautiful. She has his eyes. Yes. He swallowed hard. I see the way he looks at you. The way you look at him. That's what we should have had. What I threw away. Yes, I agreed simply. Do you hate me? His voice was small, broken. For what I did to you. I considered the question honestly. No, I did for a while. But hate takes energy, and you're not worth it anymore. You're just a memory. A chapter of my life that's closed. I wish, his voice cracked. I wish I could take it back. Wish I'd been brave enough to choose you over my father's approval. Wish. Don't. I held up a hand. Wishes change nothing, Dax. You made your choice. I made mine, or rather, I had my choice made for me, and then I built something better from the ashes. That's the difference between us. You're still living in regret. I'm living in joy. With him. With Theron. With my mate. With my family. With the pack that chose me when you threw me away. I moved toward the door. Goodbye, Dax. I hope you find happiness. I hope you learn that love isn't about what others think. It's about having the courage to choose your heart over your pride. Sarah, wait. I turned back one last time. Thank you. He blinked, confused. For what? For rejecting me. A smile touched my lips. Because if you hadn't, I never would have found Theron. Never would have become Luna. Never would have had Luna Moira. So thank you. For being a coward. For breaking my heart. For forcing me to become someone stronger than you ever could have loved. I left him standing there, his face crumbling, and I felt nothing but relief. It was over. Truly over. Theron waited outside with our daughter, and the moment I emerged, he was there, wrapping us both in his arms. How do you feel? He murmured. Free, I whispered. Finally, completely free. Then let's go home. We rode out of Ashwood as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Behind us, wolves gathered to watch us leave. Some with regret, others with respect, all of them understanding what they'd lost. But I didn't look back. There was nothing behind me worth seeing. Only ahead, toward the mountains, toward Stormcrest, toward the future I'd built with my own hands. Toward home. Chapter 20. The Luna's Legacy. 5 years passed like a dream. Luna Mora grew into a fierce, intelligent child with her father's silver eyes and my stubborn determination. She could shift at will by age 3, a rare gift that marked her as exceptional even among alpha bloodlines. The pack adored her, and she ruled the training grounds like a tiny general, already showing signs of the leader she would become. But she wasn't alone anymore. 2 years after her birth, I gave Theron twins, boys this time, dark-haired and mischievous, named Rowan and Ash after the forest that had once sheltered me. They were a whirlwind of energy and trouble, keeping the entire keep on their toes. Stormcrest had never been stronger. Under our leadership, the pack had grown, our alliances expanded, our reputation as a fair but formidable force spreading throughout the north. Wolves who'd been rejected by other packs found sanctuary with us. Omegas discovered they could be warriors. The weak became strong. We'd built something beautiful from the ashes of my rejection. But the past, it seemed, wasn't quite finished with us. It was a spring morning, the air sweet with mountain flowers, when the messenger arrived from Ashwood. I was in the garden with Luna Mora, teaching her about the herbs Nessa used in her healing work, when Kira found us. "Luna," she said quietly, "there's news from Ashwood." My hands stilled on the rosemary I'd been showing my daughter. "What kind of news?" "Alpha Marcus passed away 3 days ago. The funeral was yesterday." Kira's expression was carefully neutral. "But that's not why they sent a messenger. Dax has taken leadership of Ashwood, and he's requesting a meeting with you and Alpha Theron. Says there are matters of pack alliance that need to be discussed." Luna Mora looked up at me with curious silver eyes. "Mama, who's Dax?" "Someone from a long time ago, Little Moon." I smoothed her dark hair. "No one important now." But the knot in my stomach suggested otherwise. Theron's reaction was predictable. No, he didn't even look up from the reports he was reviewing. Whatever he wants, the answer is no. You haven't even heard what he's proposing. I don't need to. Now he did look up, his silver eyes hard. That wolf has caused you enough pain for 10 lifetimes. I'm not giving him the opportunity to cause more. Theron, he's Alpha of Ashwood now. We can't just ignore him. Pack politics don't work that way. Watch me. I sighed, moving around the desk to perch on its edge beside him. What if he's reaching out in good faith? What if he genuinely wants to repair relations between our packs? Then he can send his second, or a council member, or literally anyone except himself. Theron's hand found mine, his grip tight. "I know what you're thinking, that you're strong enough now to face him without it affecting you. And you are, but that doesn't mean you should have to. Maybe I want to." The words surprised us both. Maybe I want him to see what I've built, what we've built. Want him to meet Luna Mora and the twins and understand the full scope of what he threw away. Theron studied me for a long moment. "This isn't about closure anymore. We had that 5 years ago when you forgave his father. No, it's about..." I struggled to find the words. "It's about showing him that his rejection wasn't the end of my story. It was barely even the beginning. That everything I have now, everything I am, exists because he wasn't brave enough to choose me." "Vindictive," Theron said, but there was approval in his tone. "I learned from the best." I smiled. "So will you meet with him? Here, on our territory, where we have all the power." He considered, then nodded slowly. "On our terms. In our keep. With our warriors present. And if he so much as looks at you wrong, you'll tear him apart." "I know." I leaned in and kissed him softly. "You're very predictable sometimes. And you love it. I really do." Dax arrived a week later with a small delegation. I watched from the ramparts as they rode through our gates. 10 wolves, all wearing Ashwood colors, led by the golden-haired beta-turned-alpha I'd once thought I loved. He looked older, harder. The easy confidence had been replaced by something heavier, the weight of leadership and loss etched into the lines around his eyes. "He looks tired," Kira observed beside me. "Leading a pack will do that." I didn't feel pity exactly, but something close to it, especially when you inherit it through tragedy rather than triumph. Luna Mora tugged at my skirt. "Is that him, Mama? The wolf who was mean to you?" "A long time ago, yes." "Should I bite him?" Her little fangs were already showing, and despite the seriousness of the moment, I had to suppress a smile. No biting guests, little moon. Even ones who deserve it. But Papa said. What Papa says during training and what Papa means for diplomatic meetings are very different things. I crouched down to her level. You're going to meet him today. And I want you to be polite and respectful, the way a future alpha should be. Can you do that for me? She pouted but nodded. For you, Mama. But I still don't like him. You don't have to like him. You just have to tolerate him. We descended to the great hall where Theron was already waiting, seated in his alpha's chair with the twins playing at his feet. The image was deliberately casual yet powerful. The alpha at ease in his domain, surrounded by his family. The message was clear. This is what strength looks like. Dax entered with his delegation, and I saw the exact moment his eyes found me. The way they widened, the way his breath caught. I dressed deliberately for this. Simple but elegant in Stormcrest's colors, with the Luna's circlet Theron had commissioned for me resting on my braided hair. Luna Moira held one of my hands, regal and perfect in her own small gown. Alpha Theron. Luna Sarah. Dax bowed formally. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Alpha Dax. Theron's voice was cordial but cold. My condolences on your father's passing. Thank you. Dax's eyes kept drifting to me, to Luna Moira, to the twins. You have a beautiful family. We're blessed, I said simply. An awkward silence stretched. Finally, Dax cleared his throat. I requested this meeting because Ashwood wishes to formally propose an alliance with Stormcrest. Under my father, our pacts were distant at best, hostile at worst. I want to change that. Why? Theron's question was direct, challenging. Because it's the smart thing to do politically. Because the Northern Territories are changing, and strong pacts need to stand together. And because... Dax's eyes found mine again. Because I owe it to Luna Sarah to at least try to make amends for the past. You don't owe me anything, I said quietly. That debt was settled 5 years ago when I forgave your father. But not me. His voice held old pain. You never forgave me. No, I agreed. I didn't. But that doesn't mean we can't move forward. Theron's hand found mine, a show of unity. What exactly are you proposing? A formal trade alliance. Shared training exercises between our warriors. Perhaps, in time, interpack bonds between families who choose them. Dax's jaw tightened slightly at that last part. I'm not asking for friendship. Just cooperation. For the good of both our packs. And what does Ashwood have to offer Stormcrest? Kira asked from where she stood behind Theron's chair. We're the strongest pack in the north. What could you possibly provide that we need? Access to the lowland territories. Trade routes through the eastern forests. Mineral rights in the mountains that border both our lands. Dax met her challenge steadily. Ashwood may not be as powerful as Stormcrest, but we're not without resources. The proposal was actually reasonable. Smart, even. Theron glanced at me, a silent question in his eyes. I gave a tiny nod. We'll consider your proposal, Theron said. My council will review the details and will send our response within the week. Thank you. Dax hesitated, then looked at me again. Luna Sarah, may I speak with you? Briefly. There are things I need to say that have nothing to do with pack politics. Every muscle in Theron's body went tense. No, he said flatly. It's okay. I squeezed his hand. I can handle this. Sarah, 5 minutes. In the garden, where there are dozens of witnesses. I met his eyes. Trust me. He didn't like it. That was clear in every line of his body. But he nodded. 5 minutes. I'm counting. The garden was in full bloom, roses and mountain flowers creating a riot of color and scent. Luna Moira had insisted on coming with me, and I let her, understanding that my daughter's presence would keep this conversation from going anywhere uncomfortable. Dax stood by the fountain, his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the water. You wanted to talk? I prompted. He turned, and I saw the devastation in his eyes. You're happy. Really, genuinely happy. Yes. And he's good to you? Treats you the way you deserve. Better than I ever imagined possible. He nodded slowly. Good. That's good. He swallowed hard. I need you to know something, Sarah. I've spent the last 5 years replaying that night. The rejection. The things I said. The look on your face when the bond broke. Dax, please. Let me finish. His voice was rough. I thought I was doing the right thing. Thought I was protecting my position, my family's reputation. But I wasn't. I was just a coward who cared more about what others thought than about the gift the moon goddess had given me. Luna Moira's hand tightened in mine. She was too young to fully understand, but she sensed the emotional weight of this conversation. By the time I realized my mistake, Dax continued, it was too late. You were gone. And then you came back, mated, marked, stronger than I'd ever seen you. And I understood that I hadn't just lost my mate. I'd lost my chance at the kind of love that transforms you. What do you want me to say? I asked gently. That I forgive you? I already did, 5 years ago. That I understand why you did it? I do. You were young and stupid and scared. But understanding doesn't change the past, Dax. It just helps us live with it. I know. He looked at Luna Moira, and something like wonder crossed his face. Is this your daughter? This is Luna Moira. My eldest. She looks like you. Strong. Fierce. He crouched down to her level. Hello, little one. I'm Dax. Luna Moira studied him with her father's intimidating stare. You made my mama cry. His face crumpled. I did. And I've regretted it every day since. Good. Her tone was matter of fact. Mama says regret teaches us to be better. Are you better now? Out of the mouths of children. I'm trying to be, Dax said softly. Then to me. She's remarkable. She's everything I never thought I'd have. I placed my hand on Luna Moira's head. Everything your rejection made possible. I know. And I'm. He stood, his expression resolving into something like acceptance. I'm glad you found happiness, Sarah. Really. You deserve it more than anyone I know. And if our packs can work together, if I can help protect what you've built in some small way, then maybe my mistake will have served some purpose beyond just causing you pain. It was the closest thing to closure I'd ever get from him. And surprisingly, it was enough. Thank you for saying that. I turned to leave, then paused. Dax, for what it's worth, I hope you find your own happiness. Real happiness, not the kind based on duty or expectation. You deserve that too. His smile was sad but genuine. Maybe in another life. Maybe in this one. You're still young. Still have time to learn what love really means. I left him in the garden, standing by the fountain, and I felt the last thread of our shared past finally sever. Not with pain. Not with anger. Just with the quiet acceptance that some chapters close so others can begin. That night, after the delegation had left, after the children were asleep and Theron and I were alone in our chambers, he pulled me into his arms. How are you? He asked softly. Good. Better than good. I pressed against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Seeing him today, hearing him try to explain, apologize, find closure, it didn't hurt. It didn't even anger me. I just felt peaceful. Because you've moved on. Because I have everything I ever wanted right here. I pulled back to look at him. You, our children, our pack, this life we've built. Dax is just a ghost now. A memory from someone else's story. Good. He kissed me softly. Because you're mine, Luna. Now and always. Now and always, I echoed. Outside our window, the moon rose over the mountains, full and bright, casting silver light across Stormcrest. The same moon that had watched me fall had watched me rise, had watched me transform from rejected Omega to Luna, had blessed me with a mate who saw my worth when I'd forgotten it, had given me children who would carry our legacy forward, and had taught me the most important lesson of all. Rejection isn't the end of your story. Sometimes, it's just the beginning of a better one. Chapter 21, The Gathering Storm. The alliance with Ashwood proved beneficial for both packs. Trade flourished. Joint training exercises strengthened both our warriors. And slowly, carefully, the old wounds between our territories began to heal. Dax kept his distance, conducting all official business through intermediaries. The few times we crossed paths at interpack gatherings, he was respectful, cordial, nothing more. He'd found his own mate eventually. A strong beta female from a neighboring pack who seemed to ground him in ways I never could have. I was genuinely happy for him. Life settled into a comfortable rhythm. Luna Moira turned 7, already showing the leadership qualities that would make her a formidable alpha one day. The twins were 5, wild and fearless, and utterly devoted to their older sister. And I was pregnant again. Another pup? Nessa had confirmed it with delight 3 months ago. Luna, you're blessed by the moon goddess herself. Or Theron is just very enthusiastic, I'd replied, making her laugh. This pregnancy felt different. Easier in some ways, harder in others. My body knew what to expect now, but being Luna of a growing pack while carrying a child was exhausting. Still, I refused to slow down. There was too much to do, too many wolves depending on me. Which is why, When the urgent message arrived from the Northern Council, I insisted on being present for the emergency meeting despite Theron's protests. "You're 6 months pregnant," he argued as we rode toward the neutral meeting grounds. "You should be resting, not traveling for hours to deal with council politics. And you should know better than to tell a pregnant Luna what she should or shouldn't do." I shifted in the saddle, trying to find a comfortable position. Besides, the message specifically requested both of us. Whatever this is about, it's important. The meeting was held in the ancient stone circle where I'd fought Dax for my bond 5 years ago. Seeing it again sent a shiver through me. Not of fear, but of memory. Of how much had changed since that night. Every major pack in the north had sent representatives. Alpha Dax was there with his mate. Alpha Helena of Rivermist. Alpha Vance of Shadowpine, who'd never been friendly toward Stormcrest. Even smaller packs I barely recognized had sent their leaders. And presiding over it all, Elder Moraine sat with her usual granite expression, flanked by the other council members. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," she began once everyone had assembled. "I'll be direct. We face a threat unlike any the Northern Territories have seen in generations." Murmurs rippled through the gathered wolves. "What kind of threat?" Theron asked, his alpha voice cutting through the noise. "Rogues." Moraine's single word sent a chill through the assembly. But not the scattered, disorganized packs we're accustomed to. These rogues have unified under a single leader. They call themselves the Forsaken, and their numbers grow daily. "How many are we talking about?" Alpha Helena asked. "Our scouts estimate at least 300. Possibly more." Gasps echoed through the circle. 300 rogues working together was unprecedented. Terrifying. "Who's leading them?" I asked. Moraine's eyes found mine, and something in her expression made my blood run cold. "A wolf we all know. One who was exiled from Stormcrest 5 years ago." "No. Garrett," Theron said, his voice flat with fury. "Garrett is leading them." "Yes. He spent the past 5 years building an army, promising revenge against the packs that rejected their members, that cast them out, that deemed them unworthy." Moraine's gaze swept the assembly. "He's particularly vocal about his hatred for Stormcrest. And for Luna Sarah specifically." Every eye turned to me. "He blames you for his exile," Moraine continued. "Claims that the Northern Territories have gone soft, that Omega's rising to positions of power is an affront to the moon goddess herself. He's using your success as a rallying cry for every wolf who's ever felt rejected or cast out." "That's insane," Kira growled from beside us. "Luna Sarah has done nothing but strengthen Stormcrest. She's proven that worth has nothing to do with designation." "We know that," Alpha Helena interrupted gently. "But Garrett is twisting the truth, making Luna Sarah into a symbol of everything he believes is wrong with the current pack structure." "So what does he want?" Theron asked. "Beyond revenge?" "To tear down the existing order," Moraine said. "To create a new hierarchy based on strength alone, where alphas rule absolutely and omegas know their place. He's calling it a return to the old ways. The old ways that led to countless deaths and civil wars?" Alpha Vance spoke for the first time, his voice sharp. "We abandoned those ways for good reason. Garrett doesn't see it that way. And neither do the 300 rogues who've joined his cause." Silence fell as the weight of the threat settled over us. "What's the council's recommendation?" Dax asked. "Unity." Moraine stood, her ancient bones creaking. "Every pack in the north must stand together against this threat. We must pool our resources, coordinate our defenses, present a united front. If we allow the Forsaken to pick us off one by one, the Northern Territories will fall into chaos." "A coalition?" Theron's eyes narrowed. "With who in command?" "The council proposes a war council, with representatives from each major pack. But the overall command," Moraine's gaze settled on Theron, "should fall to Stormcrest. You have the largest army, the best training, and the most to lose if Garrett succeeds." The other alphas shifted uncomfortably. Giving Stormcrest command was essentially acknowledging our supremacy over the Northern Territories. Some would see it as necessary, others as a power grab. "I accept," Theron said without hesitation. "But I want something in return." "Name it." "Complete autonomy in military decisions. If I'm leading this coalition, I'm not wasting time arguing with the council about strategy. You either trust me to win this war, or you find someone else." Bold. Dangerous. Exactly like Theron. Moraine studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Agreed." The Northern Territories place themselves under Stormcrest's protection for the duration of this threat. Then we have work to do. Theron stood, his presence commanding the entire assembly. Every pack sends their best warriors to Stormcrest within the week. We train together, fight together, win together. Anyone who can't commit to that should leave now. No one moved. Good. His eyes blazed silver. Because Garrett made a critical mistake when he decided to threaten the Northern Territories. He forgot what happens when you back wolves into a corner. What's that? Someone asked. Theron's smile was all teeth. They become something worth fearing. The ride back to Stormcrest was tense and quiet. Theron's mind was already working through strategies, defenses, battle plans. I could feel it through our bond. The weight of leadership settling on his shoulders like armor. You're worried, I said finally. I'm terrified. He glanced at me, at my swollen stomach. Garrett won't just attack our borders. He'll come straight for the keep. For you and the children. Then we'll be ready. Sarah, I want you to take the pups and go somewhere safe. Somewhere far from Stormcrest. No, this isn't negotiable. You're right. It's not. I met his eyes steadily. I'm Luna of Stormcrest. My place is here, with our pack, facing whatever comes. I won't run and hide like some helpless Omega while you fight our battles. You're 6 months pregnant, and I'm still capable of making my own decisions. My voice softened. I understand your fear. I feel it too. But Theron, if I leave, if I take the children and disappear, it proves Garrett's point. That I'm weak. That Omegas can't be trusted in positions of power. That I don't belong as Luna. I don't give a damn about proving points. But I do. I place my hand over his on the reins. Our daughter is watching. Learning what it means to be alpha by watching us. I will not teach her to run from threats. I'll teach her to face them with her pack beside her. He was quiet for a long moment, jaw tight with conflicted emotions. You're going to be the death of me, he finally said. Hopefully not today. That surprised a laugh out of him. Short and sharp, but real. Fine. You stay. But you follow every security protocol. You don't leave the keep without an armed escort. And if things go badly, if Garrett breaches our defenses, you take the children and run. No arguments. If things go that badly, there won't be anywhere to run to. Optimistic as always. I learned from the best. Despite everything, he smiled. I love you, you stubborn, impossible wolf. I love you too. Now let's go home and prepare for war. The preparations were intense. Warriors from every pack in the north descended on Stormcrest. Hundreds of wolves training together, learning to fight as a unified force rather than separate packs. The keep became a military stronghold, every entrance fortified, every weakness shored up. And through it all, I worked alongside Theron, coordinating supplies, managing logistics, ensuring that our growing army had everything they needed. Luna Moira threw herself into training with the ferocity of her father, determined to be strong enough to protect her younger brothers. The twins, too young to truly understand the danger, thought the whole thing was an exciting game. Only Nessa looked worried every time she examined me. You're pushing yourself too hard, she scolded after one particularly exhausting day. The pup needs rest. You need rest. The pup will be fine. I'm strong. Strong doesn't mean invincible. Her amber eyes were serious. Luna, I'm concerned. Your blood pressure is elevated. You're showing signs of exhaustion. If you don't slow down. I can't slow down. Not now. Not with war coming. War is coming whether you work yourself to death or not. She gripped my hands. Please, for the pup's sake, for your children's sake, take care of yourself. I wanted to argue, wanted to insist I was fine. But the pup kicked hard against my ribs, as if agreeing with Nessa. Okay, I relented. I'll rest more. Delegate more. I promise. Good. Because if anything happens to you, Alpha Theron will tear the entire North apart. And I'd rather not live through that. That night, as I lay in bed with Theron's hand resting protectively on my stomach, I stared at the ceiling and thought about everything we'd built. Everything we stood to lose. We're going to win this, Theron murmured, sensing my worry through the bond. I won't let Garrett destroy what we've created. I know, but I'm still scared. Good. Fear keeps us sharp, keeps us careful. He pressed a kiss to my temple. But don't let it consume you. We have the best warriors in the north. We have the advantage of defense. And we have something Garrett will never understand. What's that? Love. Real love. Not the twisted obsession he's built his army on. Love that makes us fight harder, protect fiercer, refuse to give up even when things look hopeless. His hand tightened on my stomach. That's our true strength, and it will be enough. I hoped he was right, because 3 days later, the scouts brought word that changed everything. The Forsaken were on the move, and they were heading straight for Stormcrest. Chapter 22, The Siege of Stormcrest. The Forsaken arrived at dawn on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. I stood on the ramparts with Theron, watching as hundreds of rogues emerged from the forest like shadows given form. They spread across the valley below, a dark tide of fury and resentment, their howls echoing off the mountains. At their head rode Garrett, looking nothing like the Uncle Theron had once known. His face was gaunt, his eyes wild, his entire body radiating madness barely contained. "He's lost himself," Theron murmured beside me. "Gone completely feral. Can you still reach him? Talk him down." "No." His voice was flat, final. "The wolf I knew died 5 years ago. What's left is just hatred wearing his skin." Below us, Kira was organizing the defenses. Warriors from a dozen packs working in coordinated units. Archers positioned on every wall, every entrance fortified. Our coalition numbered nearly 500, well-trained and well-armed. But the Forsaken had numbers and desperation on their side. Luna Sarah, a young warrior, approached, breathless. "The children are secured in the inner keep with Nessa and 20 guards. They're asking for you." My heart clenched. Luna Moira had been so brave when we'd explained what was happening, had promised to protect her brothers no matter what. But she was still just 7 years old, facing her first real battle. "I need to see them," I said to Theron. "Before this starts." He nodded, his jaw tight. "Go, but be quick. Garrett will attack soon." I made my way through the keep's corridors, my pregnant belly making me move slower than I'd like. The pup inside kicked constantly, agitated by my fear and the battle tension in the air. "Just a little while longer," I thought, pressing my hand to my stomach. "Stay safe just a little while longer." The inner keep was the most fortified section of Stormcrest, carved deep into the mountain itself. If the outer defenses fell, this would be our last stand. Luna Moira sat with the twins, telling them stories to keep them calm. She looked up as I entered, and the fear in her silver eyes nearly broke me. "Mama." She ran into my arms, and I held her tight, breathing in her scent, pine and mountain air and innocence that was about to be shattered. "Hey, little moon. How are you holding up?" "I'm scared." Her voice was small, muffled against my chest. "What if the bad wolves get in? What if they hurt Papa?" "Your Papa is the strongest wolf in the north," I said firmly. "And he has hundreds of warriors fighting beside him. We're going to win this. Promise." I wanted to. Gods, I wanted to promise her that everything would be fine, that the monsters would be defeated, that she'd wake up tomorrow safe and loved. But I'd learned not to make promises I couldn't keep. "I promise that we'll fight with everything we have," I said instead. "That we'll protect you and your brothers no matter what. And that no matter what happens, you are loved. So loved." She hugged me tighter, and I held both my daughter and my unborn child, trying to memorize this moment of peace before the storm broke. "Luna Sarah." Nessa approached gently. "They're about to attack." I kissed Luna Moira's head one last time. "Be brave, little moon. Like I know you can be." "I will, Mama. I promise." As I made my way back to the ramparts, the first war horns sounded. The siege of Stormcrest had begun. The initial assault was brutal and coordinated. The Forsaken hit our eastern wall with a battering ram, trying to break through while waves of rogues scaled the walls with crude ladders. Our archers rained arrows down on them, but they kept coming, driven by Garrett's madness and their own desperate hunger for belonging. "Hold the line." Theron's voice boomed across the battlefield, his alpha command giving strength to every wolf who heard it. "Do not let them breach." I stood in the command center, coordinating defenses, relaying information from scouts, doing everything I could to help despite my condition. Every instinct screamed at me to shift, to fight, to defend my home with teeth and claws. But I couldn't. Not like this. Not 6 months pregnant. So I fought with my mind instead. "Western wall is holding," Kira reported, blood spattering her armor. "But they're testing for weaknesses, probing our defenses." "Garrett's looking for a way in," I said, studying the crude map we'd laid out. "He knows he can't win through brute force. He needs to find a vulnerability. Then we don't give him one." Theron's hand found mine briefly, squeezing. "How are you feeling?" Fine. The pup's active, but... I stopped, pressing my hand to my stomach as a strange sensation rippled through me. That's odd. What? Nothing. Just the pup kicked funny. I shook my head, focusing back on the battle. South Wall needs reinforcements. They're concentrating forces there. Theron immediately dispatched warriors, his tactical mind working through the chaos with practiced ease. The battle raged through the morning and into the afternoon. Bodies piled up at the base of our walls, mostly forsaken, but some of ours too. Each loss felt like a personal failure, a wolf who'd trusted us to keep them safe. Then, as the sun began to set, everything changed. A massive explosion rocked the eastern wall, not from the battering ram, but from something else, something that sent stone and debris flying, opening a massive breach in our defenses. How did they? Kira's eyes widened. They have a mage. Someone with power is helping them. Find them, Theron roared. Find the mage and take them down. But it was too late. Forsaken poured through the breach like water through a broken dam. Our warriors rushed to plug the gap, but the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Fall back to the second line, Theron commanded. Protect the inner keep. The battle devolved into chaos. Hand-to-hand combat in the courtyards, wolves in both forms tearing at each other with desperate fury. The air filled with screams and howls and the metallic scent of blood. And through it all, I saw him. Garrett. He'd shifted to his massive wolf form and was fighting his way toward the keep's entrance, toward where I stood. His eyes locked on mine across the battlefield, and in them, I saw pure, concentrated hatred. He's coming for me. Theron, I called out. But Theron was already moving, intercepting Garrett before he could reach me. Uncle and nephew collided with earth-shaking force, and the wolves around them scattered, giving them space for what everyone knew would be a fight to the death. They were evenly matched, both massive alphas in their prime, both fueled by absolute conviction. But Garrett fought with madness, taking hits that should have dropped him, driven by something beyond pain or reason. I couldn't look away, couldn't breathe. Then another strange sensation rippled through my stomach. Stronger this time. Painful. No, not now. Please, not now. But my body wasn't listening. Another wave of pain, sharper, unmistakable. Contractions. Luna. Kira appeared beside me, supporting my weight as my knees buckled. What's wrong? The pup, I gasped. It's coming. Now. Horror flashed across her face. You're 6 months along. It's too early. Tell that to the pup. Another contraction. Harder than the last. Get Nessa. Get her now. Kira hesitated, torn between her duty to protect me and her need to fight. Go, I commanded, using every ounce of Luna authority I possessed. She ran. I collapsed against the wall, one hand pressed to my stomach, the other gripping my sword. Because even in labor, even premature, I wasn't defenseless. Below, Theron and Garrett's fight had reached a crescendo. Blood matted both their coats, and I could feel Theron's pain through the bond, each injury a sharp spike in my awareness. Hold on, I sent desperately. Please hold on. I need you. His response came back fierce and certain. I'm not leaving you. Never leaving you. But Garrett was relentless. He drove Theron back toward the wall, jaws snapping, claws raking. The madness in his eyes suggested he'd fight until one of them was dead. Another contraction. I bit back a scream, refusing to distract Theron, refusing to show weakness while my pack fought for survival. Then Nessa was there, her healer's bag in hand, Kira and 2 warriors flanking her. We need to get you inside, Nessa said urgently. This isn't safe. Nowhere is safe right now. I grabbed her arm as another contraction hit. You're delivering this pup here. Now, while my mate fights for his life and our pack defends our home. Luna Sarah. That's an order, Nessa. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded grimly. Kira, clear this area. Luna, lie down. We're doing this. As I lowered myself to the ground, my back against cold stone, I kept my eyes locked on the battle below. On Theron, fighting with everything he had. On the warriors holding the line. On the pack I'd sworn to protect. You picked one hell of a time to be born, I muttered to the pup. But I suppose you come from stubborn stock. Another contraction ripped through me, and this time I couldn't hold back the scream. Below, Theron's head whipped up, his silver eyes finding mine across the chaos. Through the bond, I felt his absolute terror, his rage, his desperate need to reach me. But Garrett was between us, and the battle raged on. And my daughter, because somehow I knew it was another girl, was coming whether the world. Chapter 23. Blood and Birth. The pain was unlike anything I'd experienced with my previous pregnancies. This pup was coming early, fighting its way into a world at war, and my body wasn't ready. Each contraction felt like being torn apart from the inside, and Nessa's increasingly worried expression told me everything she wouldn't say aloud. "The pup is breech," she said quietly, her hands working quickly. "And too small. Luna, this is going to be difficult. Just keep her alive." I gasped through another wave of agony. "Whatever it takes, keep my daughter alive. And you. I'm keeping you both alive." Her voice was steel. "You don't get to give up, Luna. Your pack needs you. Your mate needs you." Below, Theron had driven Garrett back, his massive wolf form bleeding from dozens of wounds, but still fighting with relentless fury. I could feel his desperation through our bond, his need to reach me warring with his duty to protect the pack. "Stay and fight," I sent through the bond, gritting my teeth against another contraction. "I've got this. Finish him." His response was wordless anguish, but he understood. He had to trust me the way I'd always trusted him. Garrett lunged again, and this time Theron met him with calculated precision, years of alpha training guiding every move. He was no longer fighting with rage. He was fighting with purpose. To end this. To reach his mate. To meet his daughter. "Push, Luna," Nessa commanded. Now, I bore down with everything I had, screaming with effort, with pain, with the sheer overwhelming force of bringing life into a world trying to destroy it. Around us, Kira and the warriors had formed a protective circle, holding back any Forsaken who tried to reach us. Their blades sang through the air, their snarls mixing with my cries, creating a symphony of violence and birth. "I can see her head," Nessa said. "One more push. Come on, Luna. One more." Below, Theron had Garrett pinned, his jaws locked around his uncle's throat, not killing yet, giving him one last chance to submit. But Garrett's eyes held only madness. He thrashed wildly, and in his desperation, his claws raked across Theron's exposed flank, tearing deep. Through the bond, I felt Theron's pain explode. My scream echoed across the battlefield, not from my own agony, but from feeling my mate wounded, possibly dying, while I was powerless to help. "Push," Nessa roared. I pushed, and everything happened at once. My daughter slipped into the world with a cry that was far too weak, far too quiet. Nessa caught her, immediately working to clear her airways, to stimulate her breathing. Below, Theron's jaws tightened on Garrett's throat, and with one powerful twist, he ended it. Ended the threat. Ended the madness. Ended 5 years of hatred with a single, final motion. The Forsaken, seeing their leader fall, began to scatter. Some fought on with desperate fury. Others threw down their weapons and ran. Our warriors pressed the advantage, driving them from Stormcrest lands with prejudice. We'd won. But the victory felt hollow as I watched Nessa work frantically on my daughter, who wasn't crying, wasn't breathing the way she should. "Come on, little one," Nessa murmured, her healer's magic flowing into the tiny body. "Come on. Your mama fought too hard for you to give up now." Theron shifted back to human form, bleeding heavily from the wounds Garrett had inflicted, and staggered toward where I lay. Warriors tried to stop him, to tend his injuries, but he shoved them aside with single-minded determination. "Sarah," his voice was rough, agonized. "The pup. She's fighting," I whispered, reaching for his hand. "Just like her parents." He collapsed beside me, his blood mixing with mine on the cold stone, and together we watched Nessa work. "Breathe," she commanded the tiny bundle. "Breathe." A cough, then another, and finally a cry. Weak but real. "Alive." "She's here," Nessa breathed, tears streaming down her face. "She's small and she'll need constant care, but she's here. She's alive." She placed the pup on my chest, so tiny she barely filled my hands, her skin pale, her breathing shallow. But her eyes, when they opened, were the same molten silver as her father's and sister's. "Hello, little warrior," I whispered, my voice breaking. "You picked quite an entrance. She's beautiful." Theron's hand shook as he touched her tiny fist. "Perfect. She's also premature and needs immediate care," Nessa said, all business now. "We need to get you both inside, cleaned up, stabilized. Theron, you too. Those wounds can wait." But even as he said it, he swayed slightly. "No, they can't." Kira appeared, her armor blood-soaked but her eyes bright with victory. "The battle's won, Alpha. The Forsaken are routed. Let us take care of you now. My children are safe. Luna Moira and the twins are waiting in the inner keep, unharmed. The pack is secure. You won, Theron. You can rest now. Only then did he seem to allow himself to feel the full extent of his injuries. He looked down at himself, at the blood still flowing freely from the gashes Garrett had inflicted, and blinked in surprise. Huh, he said distantly. That's a lot of blood. Then he collapsed. Theron. I tried to reach for him, but Nessa held me down. He's alive, she said quickly. Just passed out from blood loss. Warriors, get the Alpha to the healing hall immediately. Luna, you're going too. And this pup needs warmth and constant monitoring. The next hours blurred together. Being carried inside, healers working on both Theron and me simultaneously, our daughter in a special warming cradle that Nessa had prepared for emergencies exactly like this. Luna Moira burst in at some point, her face streaked with tears, demanding to see her parents and new sister. The twins followed, wide-eyed and quiet, processing the aftermath of their first real battle. Is Papa going to be okay? Luna Moira asked, staring at Theron's unconscious form. Yes, Nessa said firmly. He lost a lot of blood, but he's strong. He'll recover. And the baby? I gestured weakly to the warming cradle. Come meet your sister. But gentle, she's very small. Luna Moira approached carefully, her silver eyes going wide when she saw the tiny pup. She's so little. She came early. Wanted to meet her big sister. I managed a smile despite my exhaustion. What should we name her? Luna Moira studied her new sister thoughtfully. She was born during a battle. During winter. Fighting to live. That's true. Winter. Luna Moira looked up at me. Can we call her Winter? Because she's strong like winter, and she came when everything was cold and hard, but she survived anyway. Winter. I tested the name, feeling it settle into place like it had always been hers. Winter Stormcrest. I love it. Me too, the twins chorused, bouncing excitedly until Nessa shushed them. As night fell and the keep slowly returned to order, as warriors were tended and dead were counted, and the full scope of our victory became clear, I lay between my sleeping mate and my fragile newborn daughter, surrounded by my other children, and felt the weight of everything we'd survived. Garrett was dead. The Forsaken were scattered. Stormcrest still stood, battered but unbroken. We'd won. But the cost? Nessa appeared with the final casualty report. 42 wolves dead. Nearly 100 wounded. The eastern wall would take months to repair. And little Winter would need constant care for weeks, maybe months, to ensure she survived her premature birth. But we're alive, Theron rasped, stirring beside me. His eyes opened, immediately seeking mine. You're alive. The pup. Winter, I told him. Luna Moira named her Winter. A smile touched his lips despite the pain. Perfect. Like her mother. Like her father, I corrected. Who killed a mad wolf while bleeding from a dozen wounds, then immediately collapsed like a dramatic hero from a story. I saved the collapsing until after you were safe, he protested weakly. Barely. He reached for my hand, his grip weak but warm. We did it. We did. No more wars, he said. I'm declaring right now, no more wars. I'm done fighting. I just want to be with my family. The Northern Council might have something to say about that. The Northern Council can, he stopped, glancing at the children, can deal with Kira for a while. I'm taking a sabbatical. At least until I can stand without bleeding everywhere. I laughed, the sound surprising us both. After everything, after the battle and the birth and the terror, I was laughing. I love you, I said, squeezing his hand. You're ridiculous and dramatic, and you almost died today, but I love you. I love you too. Now and always. His eyes drifted to Winter's warming cradle. All of you. My family. My everything. Luna Moira climbed onto the bed, careful of her father's wounds, and the twins followed. Soon we were all piled together. Parents, children, the newborn who defied odds to be here. And for the first time in days, I felt peace. Outside, wolves were celebrating. Howls of victory echoed off the mountains, carrying the news of our triumph across the territories. The Omega who'd been rejected had become Luna, had defended her pack against an army, had given birth on a battlefield, had proven, once and for all, that strength had nothing to do with designation and everything to do with heart. And as I held my family close, listening to Theron's heartbeat steady beneath my ear and Winter's tiny breaths from her cradle, I sent up a silent prayer of thanks to the moon goddess. for the rejection that led me here, for the exile that made me strong, for the Alpha who chose me, for the family we built from ashes and determination, for this moment of perfect, hard-won peace. The war was over, the threat defeated, and we were still standing, together. Chapter 24, The Moon's Blessing. 10 years later, the courtyard of Stormcrest Keep was alive with celebration. Lanterns hung from every wall, their light dancing across the faces of wolves from every pack in the north. Music drifted through the warm summer air, and the scent of roasted meat and honey mead filled the evening. Tonight, we celebrated Luna Moira's 17th birthday, and more importantly, her official recognition as Heir Alpha of Stormcrest. I stood on the balcony overlooking the festivities, one hand resting on the stone railing, watching my eldest daughter hold court with the grace and confidence of a born leader. She'd grown into a formidable young woman, tall and strong, with her father's silver eyes and my stubborn determination. Every wolf who met her understood immediately that Stormcrest's future was secure. "You're thinking too hard again," Theron murmured, sliding his arms around my waist from behind. I can practically hear the wheels turning. I'm just taking it all in. I leaned back against his chest. Look at her. Look at what she's become. She's extraordinary. Like her mother. She gets her diplomacy from you. I would have just threatened everyone into submission. He laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest into my back. That's not true, and you know it. You've become quite the politician over the years, Luna. It was true, I supposed. The scared, rejected Omega who'd stumbled into Stormcrest a decade ago had been replaced by a confident Luna who'd helped forge alliances across the Northern Territories, who'd brought prosperity and peace to her pack, who'd proven time and again that strength came in many forms. Where are the others? I asked. Rowan and Ash are terrorizing the dessert table, last I checked. Winter is with Nessa, learning about healing herbs. His voice softened when he mentioned our youngest. She's determined to become the pack's next healer. Winter had grown into a gentle soul, small for her age even now, a reminder of her premature birth, but with a spirit that burned bright. She'd survived her difficult entry into the world and thrived, developing a gift for healing that rivaled even Nessa's. And the twins are probably planning something, I added with a smile. Rowan and Ash, now 15, were notorious for their elaborate pranks. Undoubtedly. But that's a problem for later. He pressed a kiss to my neck. Right now, I just want to enjoy this moment with you. The celebration below reached a crescendo as Elder Moraine, somehow still alive and presiding over ceremonies, called for attention. Wolves of the Northern Territories. Her ancient voice carried across the courtyard. We gather to witness the naming of an heir. Luna Moira of Stormcrest stepped forward. Our daughter moved with fluid grace to the center of the courtyard. She wore ceremonial leathers in Stormcrest's colors, and the moonlight seemed to follow her, making her silver eyes glow. Luna Moira, Moraine continued, you have been raised in peace forged by war and prosperity earned through sacrifice. You have trained with the finest warriors, studied under the wisest leaders, and shown yourself worthy of the title Heir Alpha. Do you accept this responsibility? Do you swear to lead Stormcrest with wisdom, strength, and compassion? I do. Moira's voice was clear and strong. I swear before the moon goddess and this pack that I will honor the legacy my parents built, that I will protect the weak, lead the strong, and never forget that true power comes from unity, not domination. Tears pricked my eyes. Those were my words. Words I'd taught her since she was old enough to understand them. Then let it be witnessed. Moraine struck her staff 3 times. Luna Moira is named Heir Alpha of Stormcrest. May the moon goddess guide her path. The courtyard erupted in howls. Hundreds of voices raised in celebration, in acceptance, in hope for the future. Theron's arms tightened around me. She's going to be an amazing alpha. Better than we were, I agreed. She won't have to fight for every scrap of respect. Won't have to prove herself 1,000 times over. We've built that foundation for her. We did. Together. Movement below caught my eye. A familiar figure approaching the celebration. My breath caught. Is that Dax? Theron confirmed, his voice neutral. He sent word he'd be attending. As Alpha of Ashwood, he has every right. Dax had aged well, his golden hair now touched with silver at the temples, his mate, a strong beta named Rowan, at his side. They'd had pups of their own, had built a good life together from what I'd heard. He spotted me on the balcony and raised his cup in salute. Not mockery, just acknowledgement. A decade had passed since our last real conversation, and time had healed what anger couldn't. I raised my own cup in return. That must feel good, Theron murmured. What? Having him see everything you built, everything you became. Him knowing, absolutely, that rejecting you was the worst mistake of his life. I considered that, then shook my head. No, what feels good is not caring anymore. He's just another alpha at a pack celebration. His opinion, his regrets, they don't define me. They never did. Theron turned me in his arms, his silver eyes intense. Have I told you today how much I love you? Only twice. You're slipping. Then let me remedy that. He cupped my face in his hands. I love you, Sarah Stormcrest. I love your strength, your compassion, your absolutely infuriating habit of being right about everything. I love the way you've shaped this pack, the way you've raised our children, the way you still look at me like I hung the moon even after 10 years of dealing with my nonsense. It's been quite a lot of nonsense, I agreed, smiling. And I love that you've never once let me get away with any of it. He kissed me softly. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. The moon goddess knew exactly what she was doing when she put you in my path. Even though I was broken and bleeding, especially because you were broken and bleeding, because you survived, because you refused to let rejection define you, because you became exactly who you were meant to be. His thumb brushed across my cheekbone. My Luna, my love, my everything. Stop it, I whispered, tears threatening. You're going to make me cry at our daughter's celebration. Then cry. Everyone knows Luna of Stormcrest cries when she's happy. It's one of your most endearing qualities. I have other endearing qualities. He kissed me again, cutting off my protest, and I melted into it. After 10 years, 3 children, countless battles and challenges and triumphs, his kiss still made my heart race. When we finally pulled apart, the celebration below had shifted. Moira was dancing with a young alpha from River Mist, a political alliance in the making, though the way they looked at each other suggested it might become something more. She's going to be fine, I said, watching our daughter. Better than fine. She's going to change the North. Like her mother did. No, she's going to do it her own way. That's what we taught her, to honor the past but forge her own path. Theron pulled me closer, and we stood there watching as our daughter, our miracle, our hope, our future, laughed and danced beneath the full moon. Below, Winter appeared with Nessa, carrying a basket of herbs, her face lit with joy as she explained something animatedly. The twins had indeed gotten into the dessert table, and were now engaged in what looked like a pie-eating contest with several other young wolves. Our family, our pack, our legacy. Do you ever think about it? I asked quietly. About what would have happened if Dax hadn't rejected me, if I'd stayed in Ashwood. Sometimes, Theron admitted. But then I realize it doesn't matter. Because every path, every choice, every moment of pain led us here. Led to this. He gestured to the celebration, to our children, to the pack celebrating below. And I wouldn't change a single thing. Not even the parts where I was stubborn and difficult. Especially not those parts. They're my favorite. I laughed, leaning into him, feeling the bond between us hum with contentment. 10 years of marriage, of partnership, of building something beautiful from the ruins of what I'd lost. Thank you, I said softly. For what? For seeing me. For choosing me. For waiting until I was ready to choose you back. I turned to face him fully. For giving me this life, this family, this incredible, impossible second chance. Sarah. His voice was thick with emotion. You gave me all of that. I was a lone alpha, isolated on my mountain, convinced I'd never find my mate. And then the moon goddess dropped you literally at my feet. Broken, beautiful, and absolutely determined to survive. You didn't just save yourself. You saved me too. Then we saved each other. We did. The moon rose higher, full and bright, washing the keep in silver light. And I swore I felt it. The moon goddess's approval, her blessing on everything we'd built. On the Omega who became Luna. On the rejected wolf who found her true mate. On the family forged from pain and love and absolute determination. Come on, Theron said, offering his hand. Let's go down there. Let's celebrate with our daughter, our pack, our family. Let's dance under the moon that brought us together. I took his hand without hesitation. Lead the way, my alpha. Always my Luna. We descended to the celebration together, and the pack parted to let us through. Not from fear, but from respect. From love. From the understanding that we'd fought for them, protected them, built them a future worth living. Moira saw us approaching and broke into a brilliant smile. Mama, Papa, come dance with me. And so we did. 3 generations of Stormcrest, past, present, and future, dancing beneath the full moon while the pack celebrated around us. I caught Dax's eye once more across the courtyard. He smiled, genuine, without bitterness, and I smiled back. Because I understood now what the moon goddess had been teaching me all along. Rejection wasn't the end. It was transformation. The shedding of who others wanted me to be, so I could become who I was meant to be. And as I danced with my mate, surrounded by my children and my pack, I sent up one final prayer of gratitude. Thank you for the rejection that led me here. Thank you for the exile that made me strong. Thank you for the alpha who saw my worth. Thank you for this life, this love, this perfect, impossible story. The music swelled. The moon shone bright. And the Luna of Stormcrest danced with her family beneath the stars, her heart full, her purpose clear, her story complete. Not because she'd found a happy ending, but because she'd found a happy beginning. And that made all the difference. The end.